Welcome to the Foxhole, everybody. Hello, hello. How are you out there? Sound off, chat. There's 10 of you out there right now. Hello, James. Hello, Marku. Hello, typing. Wow, Marku did not get... I cursed him because I said that he was always like the first comment on the stream. And he wasn't the first comment this time. That's funny. Well, welcome in, everybody. I hope you all have been having a good weekend so far. Hello, NDA. Man, we got some... That's definitely some weird news out there. We're going to cover some sports-related stories, chat. That's something that we like never fucking do on this show. Yeah, but that wasn't the sport itself. You know? Whereas today we have multiple stories about things that happened within the sport itself. Like in the act of playing the game, you know? Yeah. The title is promising. I hope so. I tried to make the titles as clickbaity as possible. Wait, Rosa's muted? How? That's ridiculous. Okay, try again.
Oh!
There we go. That was like a wail of pain right there.
No, well, I've seen myself.
That's weird. Well, anyway, say hello again.
Hello.
There you go. Done.
Hello,
So yeah.
welcome to the Foxhole.
Yeah. Hello, Ace. How are you? How are you? Okay, so we do have a lot of news to go over. So why don't we get into what we've been up to for the last week? And take your time because I need to do a little bit of scrambling in the background here while you talk.
Okay. Well. Let's see. So this week, I played Windrose. Played more Windrose with Helmsman, and that was a lot of fun.
And Boca.
And Boca. That's right. I also had to play some Windrose with Boca, which is also fun. And I got to DM some D&D. We did episode 95 of our fucking campaign.
Yeah, we didn't get to do the one player versus Strahd though.
No, we didn't, and I feel bad about it. But I've been really, really snotty all week, chat. I think it's like since the end of last week. I've just been bleh. Which sucks. Took me to the doctor this week. I think we did that Monday. Went to see his dad. That was cool. That was fun. I played Skyrim yesterday and today, and I said I wasn't gonna mod Skyrim, chat. I said I wasn't gonna add any mods to the crowd control Skyrim playthrough, other than obviously crowd control. But I gave in, chat. I gave in, and I installed a mod so that I can make Fira Bloodmouth a follower, and also Mariel, because she's such a baddie.
Okay.
She is such a baddie. It's a character I didn't know existed, because she apparently just hangs around inside of a coffin until you wake her up, basically, inside of Castle Volkar. And I didn't wake her up until after I finished the entire Dawnguard quest.
Okay.
So she didn't even acknowledge that I had done that, and she was telling me oh, you should go do something, right? Go talk to your servant to give you orders. It's what the fuck? Because once you finish the Dawnguard quest line, you essentially become the master of the castle, right? If you side with the Dawnguard, not the Dawnguard, sorry. If you side with the vampires. So that happened, and then the mod actually made her acknowledge that Harkon is dead, and I took over the castle. Sometimes she forgets.
Okay.
But the mod basically gave her like a bunch of like extra dialogue, gave her some story, gave her some quests, some personal quests, right? And it was actually very cute. She like acknowledged that not only that we beat them, but she also was like, it's a shame I didn't get to join you for it, because if she joins you for it, obviously there's more dialogue and more story going on. Which is unfortunate that I missed out on that. But
Right.
But yeah, and the only problem with this baddie, all right, Chad. So she's a baddie in terms of like her personality. All right, she's fantastic. Right, she just doesn't give a shit about anything other than killing people. And she's also a like vampire lord supremacist over like the basic like lesser vampires. Okay.
Okay.
But she's fucking ugly. She's fugly as hell in the vanilla game. They made her like a Botox old lady. All right, she looks fucking super weird. And it just doesn't match her voice because she has like a very like sprightly like young sounding voice.
Okay.
Like she literally just talks like this. Like she like literally like she's just British Rosa. And I was like, well, this doesn't fit the old lady. So I started looking for mods to change what she looks like as well. So I was like, well, if I'm already installing a mod to have her around, to have her join me, I should probably make her not look like shit. But I didn't want to like install a bunch of like porn mods to serve as the base for like actually good looking, character design mods. I didn't want to just load a bunch of mods. I wanted to keep it really simple. So I used a very, very simple character reskin essentially, where it's a character replacer. Sorry, that replaces the basic like textures with the like it's like a handful of textures provided by the mod. For the most part, just uses the regular textures from Skyrim, just remodeled. And so I found one that gives her like a more youthful, small, sprightly sort of a visual. I also found one that made her like a Giga Goth baddie, like a super hot baddie, but I felt like they just didn't fit her voice.
Right. Yeah.
Her voice isn't mommy enough for that. So now we have, she looks cute and she's awesome, and with like all the extra dialogue in combat, she's just a fucking menace. It's like a lot of fun to listen to her, because like every time that it's like mid combat, she's constantly like spewing out dialogue while she's fighting.
Mm-hmm.
And she'll say things like, "I'm gonna rip your limb from limb,"
Right.
shit like that. It's very cute. But yeah, so I gave in. I installed a mod because I fell in love with an NPC jet. she's so cool. And so yeah, we've just been playing Skyrim. That was a lot of fun. We played it twice this week.
Nice.
So I've now fulfilled the extra Skyrim that I missed out on, that I didn't do. So that's now done. Oh, one last thing I forgot to mention is that I also played some Divinity with Trim. And that was also lots of fun.
There you go.
That's my week.
Right on. And you hit monthly.
Yeah, we hit monthly.
There you go.
For the first time this year, I think.
Oof.
Yeah.
It's all right. Okay, let me see here. What? Whatever. Not gonna worry about it. What'd I do? I played Windrose as well, obviously. I haven't, man, I've been I'm juggling games right now that I'm like wanting to play. I think I'm finally over my Crimson Desert itch. I finally after like 200 something odd hours of my first playthrough rolled credits on that game, and there's still like a bunch to do. But I think I'm fine putting that game down for now. Because the vast majority of the stuff that's left, there's like a small handful of like optional like end game bosses I could fight, and besides that, it's mostly just like busy work, like construct this, go fetch that, go research this, just very mundane kind of stuff, you know. The only thing that's like kind of remotely interesting are like combat related challenges. But I'm just like, I think I'm finally done with that itch. Which is good because it's taking up a fuck ton of space on my local fucking PlayStation storage drive. And I have Neverness to Everness released, and I've been really liking that. It's Zenless Zone Zero, if it were just completely open world.
Okay.
And there's also there's a lot of like life sim elements to the game. So there's obviously like the combat related stuff. But there's also like this whole life sim part of the game where like there's all these different things you can do across the city, and there's like leveling to like basically like living in the city. It's like almost like lifestyle levels, called like tycoon levels, I think. And that basically, you just have to, you can like buy little, like you can buy coffee shop franchises and manage like a coffee shop business, and you know, upgrade the business to gain access to more, you know, to different, you know, products, and you can upgrade the products so they like make you more money or whatever. And you can buy and modify and race cars and stuff like that. And you can buy like apartments across the city, and you can furnish them, and you can invite waifus in to live with you in said apartments.
Wow.
And they like have like special like casual wear outfits if they're inside the apartment. And inside the apartment, you can like do various things with them.
Like fucking them.
I mean, not quite that. But you could do like little flirty kind of activities.
I was joking.
I know. And you could furnish the apartments, and then there's like all kinds of like games that you can play. Like there's arcade games, and there's like a mahjong game that's not mahjong, but it uses mahjong tiles. You know, there's fishing and just all kinds of stuff to do. And that's the funnest part of the game, honestly. Like the combat is fine. It's like Zenless. It's like you take Zenless and Wuthering Waves and you just mash them together, and that's
sounds like GTA, except inviting strippers to your house. You invite waifus.
Yeah, kinda. Plus gotcha.
Yeah.
But it also has like an interesting. It's got an interesting gotcha system where you don't just like, you know, do a 10 pull and then it's just like, it just shows you the 10 random things that you get, you know, with various degrees of probability. It has a dice board. So what it is, it's like it's a path that you follow just endlessly around in a loop, right? And there's different rewards on each tile, and each roll is a roll of a 6-sided dice. And so you advance that many tiles, and whatever you land on, that's the reward you get for that roll.
Interesting. That's really cool.
Yeah, it is interesting. So yeah, there's that. And I'm trying to think of what else is unique about it. Honestly, just the overall, just like outside of combat, just like the lifestyle vibe of it, where you can just go around the city and managing your businesses, and you know, doing you know, because there's also like there's regular furniture and then there's anomaly furniture, and the anomalies is like what the whole like the actual game's like story and combat is based around, or like this whole secondary world that exists, you know, in the shadows and mirrors of the normal world, where all like these freaky baddies can show up, and they can manifest in all kinds of pretty much endless different ways.
When
like
you say freaky baddies, do you mean like bad guys or
bad guys? I mean bad guys. I mean bad guys. Okay. Although the first like big boss that you fight in this game is like a ghost that wears like a dancing dress. But the ghost is like, there's no like, so it's just the dress basically. Like it's a ghost, but there's nothing visible about the ghost, so all you see is the dress. That ghost is fucking stacked.
How do you know?
Because you can see it, the dress. Because the dress's titties are like all popping.
I see.
Yeah.
I don't know what the ghost looks like, but I do know the ghost has big boobies.
Yeah, exactly. Because when the ghost puts on a dress, I can see the dress.
It's funny.
But that's the game I'm kind of like sinking my teeth into right now. The next game I'm like really looking forward to is the Lego Batman game. I think that game is gonna pop off. That game's gonna be fucking huge. There's a lot of people looking forward to the Lego Batman game because it's basically like it is like all of the Arkham trilogy in one game, and then with like just like but done with the Lego franchise. Like that's what the game is. So that you can tell that there's going to be a fuck ton of stuff to do in that game. And like, things to collect, collecting is like a big theme of those games. And there's going to be a lot to collect in that game. So I'm looking forward to that. The inside of the building is really good, more detailed than other open world. Yeah, there's the thing is, it's like the world itself is actually not that big in NTE, Neverness to Everness. Just called it NTE. It's not like a huge world, but the world that is there is very, very well crafted, and it's like my favorite part of it are the suburban neighborhoods and like the countryside neighborhood. There's like unique like Japanese cozy feeling to it that is just like, even though I don't think is it a Japanese dev? I don't even know. But it feels Japanese, and it's just like that suburban like Japanese kind of like style is cozy style is just like, I fucking love it, and that's like the best part of the world to me. But yeah, it's good. It's really good. Like we have like Ananta coming out, like apparently, although honestly Ananta is weird because it's like it got all this hype and then it just went completely silent.
Neverness is developed by a Chinese team.
Okay, it's a Chinese team. Either way, it feels more like a Japanese aesthetic. But either way, that's interesting because Ananta is Chinese as well. But Ananta got like a ton of hype that overshadowed NTE, basically. And everybody was talking about Ananta. And then Ananta just went dead silent. And now NTE is released. You know what I mean? And a lot of people are playing it. So it's like, what the hell happened? Like what's going on with Ananta? Because they just went silent. And nobody's like talking about it. And like I heard that it was supposed to be coming out like later this year. And yet, we haven't heard or seen anything since like, last year. So it's really weird. And I think it's not like a vaporware game. It's being produced by NetEase, for crying out loud. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like Ananta is a very real thing. It's just strange how quiet they've been. But I'm looking forward to that either way. So yeah, I'm loving the vibes of NTE, and again, the best part of it to me at least is the like just doing all the different lifestyle stuff and all the different little activities you can do around the city. That's the best part. You think that the traversal will be better in Ananta? Yeah, the Ananta traversal is like this basically gets ripped off the Spider-Man games.
Down to like the animations.
Which, to be fair, is fun as hell.
It is. But yeah, the animation looks like basically like identical, like the Spider-Man thing.
Either way, here's the thing though. I'm not like, there's all these people like, which one are you gonna play? Are you gonna play Neverness or are you gonna wait till Ananta? And I'm just like, I'm gonna play both. I'm gonna play everything. Like, it's not a competition. Like, I don't understand this, like, this weird, like, people like take sides. It's like, what? Like, there's so much to enjoy out there. Like, why would you take sides and like cut yourself off unnecessarily from certain things? It's enjoyable things. Like, it's really strange to me. But yeah, I have been enjoying NTE quite a bit. And I'm trying to think of what else. I'm almost platinumed RE9. I have to do 2 more playthroughs of that to get a platinum. And one of them is like the insanity difficulty. But I have the unlimited ammo cheat, and cheats count basically. So I have the rocket launcher. I don't have the unlimited ammo for the rocket launcher is a separate cheat that you have to buy, and I don't have that. But I have the rocket launcher and the cheat for infinite ammo on everything else. And when it comes to bosses, if you have the unlimited ammo with the Requiem gun, then the bosses are all like pieces of cake. But the last run I did of that was like the no healing items, so that you can't heal once the entire playthrough. So I did that. Billy, thanks for the subscription, Billy. I want to hear that chime more often. But did you hear the chime? I don't think you heard the chime.
No, I don't.
Yeah, you'd have to have the stream open to hear the chime. They turned it into a mobile. No, they turned the Game of Thrones thing into a mobile game. Oh no. The traversal at NTE feels a little clunky. Yeah, the only like unique traversal things that you have, like besides the driving and the motorcycles and stuff like that, is you can like run up buildings, but you don't like really run. You kind of like clunkily like climb your way up the buildings. It's not very fluid, basically. When you compare that with like what they're offering in, because I do think Ananta is going to be a much bigger game. Like the game world is going to be bigger, and there's going to be more traversal in it, I think. But we'll see. Other than that, I played more GTA. Finally got to the Las Vegas. What is it called? It's called Las Venturas. That's what it's called, Las Venturas. But I finally made it to like the final city. So we're getting kind of close to the end of that one.
Right.
And then I dicked around playing more Yakuza side content related stuff. So like did a bunch of like go-kart races. We wrapped up a bunch of the subquests. What else? And other things. I can't even remember what else I did in that. Yeah, but yeah, I haven't done the main quest in that game in like over a month. So, like the last 4 streams I've done of Yakuza, the first 2 were nothing but the capitalist mini game, which you want to do because that becomes your main source of income in the game. By the time you finish the capitalism site content, you can start making 3 million yen every like 5 to 7 minutes, basically, because you basically just grind away the last round of the capitalism game over and over again, and every round nets you $3 million in your pocket. So it's like easily like something that you really want to do, because end game weapons and shop upgrades and all that kind of stuff costs like tens of millions of dollars. So you really want to have that capitalism game done so that you can grind the cash you need to get like the best stuff in the game. But trying to think of anything else. Oh, and then obviously Windrose, which I think I have like a pretty significant, one of my biggest crash outs I think I had on your stream actually over the combat in that game. Like it's like, I'm sorry, I know that like my gear was a bit underleveled, but like I still feel like it's not that underleveled, and it's just like infuriating sometimes.
Our gear is like half the level.
Like I hate the fact, I hate the fact that like I feel like every time I engage in combat, it's either I completely destroy them without hardly any effort, or I had to engage in some kind of bullshit kiting tactics to be able to actually, you know what I mean?
I feel that. I don't like that, because like it's like at first I was like, oh nice, these numbers are small, right? Like level 10, right? Like level 2, whatever. And like each number makes up a huge difference, right? Which in a sense it's like, okay, cool. It's not like, you know, super like, oh yes, and then it's like 100 and something, and then it's 100 something. Even though the damage numbers do kind of scale like that. But at the end of the day, it's just like, at first I thought the game wasn't going to be a number grow up game. It is 100% a number go up game.
It is 100% a number go up game. Yeah, and that annoys the fuck out of me. Because I feel like I'm either completely dominating, like no problem, or being completely dominated and it's hopeless, and I have to resort to bullshit.
If it makes you feel better, I have found out that all of the late game weapons have like regen abilities.
Oh, really? That's cool.
Yeah, like all of them pretty much have like regen abilities.
But like, you know, like there's a whole tactic of like, you know, you leave a tent outside the base that you're trying to assault so that if you die, you just respawn outside the base. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but you shouldn't have to do that.
That's the thing, though. Is that like,
That
exactly.
You shouldn't feel the need to do that.
Exactly. But I feel like every encounter like that, I have to fucking do some cheesing bullshit like that to make it viable, you know?
Yeah.
And if it's not like that, then it's no challenge at all, and I just destroy everything. You know what I mean? Like, and I can't. There's not been a moment where I feel like it's just like a fair level fight. It's so.
Max says you can also build walls around enemies. Ah, yes, the Fortnite strategy.
Yeah.
Someone out there's gonna get really, really good at this combat and just start fucking just combat building. Like it's fucking Fortnite. It's like, oh shit, I'm being attacked by a fucking boar! Quickly builds an entire fucking, like, tower.
Yeah, right? Yeah, it's just... I don't know. Like, I feel like the combat in the game needs, like, a serious rework. Or, like, a rebalance. Not a rework, but a rebalance.
Yeah.
So... But then again, it is a survival crafting game, and I have never seen a survival crafting game that has, like really good combat. Like, never.
I don't know. I like Conan's combat.
So
I'd go as far as to say I think Conan's combat is better than this game's combat.
I would agree with you.
I think this game's combat
I agree
is
with
cleaner, but I think conceptually Conan's combat is better. It's
I
just
agree.
not well executed in an older game. But if they like redid Conan and just cleaned up their combat's good.
Yeah.
It's also like Dark Souls-y, like, you know, lock on, dodge around, fight combat, right?
Yeah.
But it's just like the actual like weapon attacks. First off, it doesn't fucking deplete your entire stamina bar to attack 3 times, right? For one, you can actually do a combo. Second off, the light and heavy attacks combo really, really well, and they do different effects depending on how you combo them. Which is really, really cool. Whereas this game is just like you have light attacks, you have heavy attacks. You can go back and forth between them, but they kind of don't.
They don't really chain together. Yeah.
Yeah, they don't really string together particularly well. They kind of do sometimes, but if you swing often enough to string them together, you're running out of stamina.
Yeah.
Unless you build heavily into stamina, and
even
dude,
then,
here's the thing. I've been building into nothing but fucking damage. And I still don't feel like my damage, like, keeps up.
Yeah, that's how I am too. Like, I every time I get a level, I put like at least one of the points into. I usually do like vitality, stamina, and then like my specialty, like which for me is agility. I'm doing an agility build.
I have dumped every single point into agility. I have not leveled up my HP or stamina even once.
And still,
like, I feel like my damage just isn't like.
Yeah, you feel like
it's better than yours, but I don't feel like my damage is better than yours because I leveled up my agility. I feel like it's better than yours because I'm using a fucking greatsword.
Yeah, you're using a big old two-handed weapon. Yeah, exactly. Like the damage.
I deal bigger damage per hit, but like my damage isn't like damage per second is about the same between us.
Yeah, I mean, I'm almost thinking about respecking if that's even possible, and just putting everything into vitality and stamina because it doesn't seem like
you can respec whenever you want. So and one of the things I do like about the game is that they encourage you to like if you find something new that you like, they encourage you to just reset your stats. And you can do it for free whenever you want from within the menu. You don't have to get like a bench. You don't have to, craft an item like a potion like in Conan. You just go to your menu, hold the button, and then you resell your stats and you just replace everything wherever you want, which is very cool. But they encourage you to experiment. But But yeah, I don't know. Like I've been thinking about just resetting my shit so that I'm not building for just damage and just building for survivability, I guess, because it really every
Yeah,
fight kind
exactly.
of feels like a fight of attrition anyway.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You know?
That's like the one flaw like the one like gripe I have about the game.
The combat is clean in terms of like its mechanics, right? But it's not well balanced.
Well, mechanically it's fine. It's just the numbers of the background need to be severely tweaked. That's all.
Yeah, I also think enemies need to like something I was talking with Boca about was like that Boca mentioned, and I was like, yeah, I agree. I think enemies need to stagger more.
I guess.
Enemies don't really stagger a lot. You can hit them twice, and then they'll stop getting staggered, and then they'll just hyper armor through whatever attack you're doing. And it's just like in a game where you don't have enough stamina to swing forever, why put two different limits on combat?
Yeah, it's weird.
You know, it's kind of weird.
Yeah,
I guess like to encourage you to like attack, parry, and then keep attacking. I guess I don't know. But like
Enshrouded has that like their combat. It's just based off of endurance, and if you block an attack, it just takes a chunk out of your endurance. And then if you get to 0 endurance because you're just sitting there blocking everything, you know, you'll fucking be forced to lower your weapon because you're too tired or whatever, and then you'll take a hit.
Like that's another thing. It's like the game like really it doesn't just encourage you to parry. It feels like it kind of really wants you to, which kind of sucks because like the greatsword I have, it's built around giving you more shields so you can block more. That's literally like what it's about.
Right.
The alternative one is for parrying. This one's for blocking. But blocking seems kind of really fucking worthless. If you block, you're gonna like enemies will just break through your fucking stamina, super fucking not your stamina, through your like shields really, really quickly and stun you, and then they'll fucking kill you.
Yeah, if there's more than two enemies, what there almost always is more than one enemy, you know, like blocking your block is just gonna get destroyed like immediately.
Not just that, but enemies do like a lot of enemies do attacks that go right through block anyway. Which is why, like in combat, I've just been doing two-handers don't really parry. Yeah, that's another thing. It's really difficult to parry with a two-hander. The timing is really weird. Because it's not when you press the button. It's when the actual block comes up that you have to time.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not very fast with the two-handers like it is with the one-handers. So it's like that's how I've kind of stopped parrying completely because of that. Since I started using the greatsword. And, like, I really feel like the only way for me to fight with the greatsword is to dodge around. And then, you know, go in for heavy attacks. And then back away, because I don't have enough time to do 2 heavy attacks before the enemy recovers and hits me.
Yeah, it's it's fucking weird.
All stats past 20 in other categories are diminishing. Wait, in what categories? Like, are you saying there's no reason for me to put my agility past 20? I think
because of diminishing returns.
Damn. So wait, so in other words, there's no reason to actually even level up stats all that much. You just eat food. There's food that gives you fucking, like, 20 of a stat.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I do think the combat in that game needs to be seriously, kind of rethought.
Yeah, I was gonna say like rethought out just in general.
Yeah, like I'm fine with like it's like okay, you want to have this kind of a combat system. It's okay. Well, make the stats like the stats that people choose actually reflect different strategies within that combat system. You know what I mean? So if somebody wants to go with like a two-handed weapon that blocks, you need the stats to actually support that kind of a build. Because otherwise, basically, you're forcing a meta onto the game. So no matter what people choose, if they're not picking the thing that you want, that emphasizes the thing that you want them to do, then they're just nerfing themselves, basically.
Yeah.
And it's like you don't want to do that. So
like blocking is terrible because it's not just that they your block breaks away really quickly. It also takes fucking forever to come back. And if I swap from my greatsword to my gun, which only has 2 shields instead of 4, and I swap back to my fucking greatsword, I still only have 2 shields. So it takes away the 2 shields that I had from the greatsword, right? And it keeps me at the 2. Right, it takes away the extra 2 from the greatsword if I swap to my gun and then go back to my greatsword. And I have to wait for those 2 shields to come back. They don't just automatically come back when I swap to my greatsword.
Which is so stupid because you literally have both equipped at the same time. It's like that's the same thing happens to me.
I don't have both equipped at the same time. You have to swap between them.
Yeah, but you still. Yeah, but you.
Yeah, I know what you mean. It's just like it's really dumb that like it's not like, oh, you lost 1 shield on your while you were blocking with your. I get the intention, right? The intention is to avoid you just weapon swapping to like have max shields again. But this is really easy to fix. Oh, what's that? You blocked with your gun, and so now you have 1 shield instead of 2, and then you swap to your greatsword. Well, now you have 2 instead of 4. Duh.
Yeah, they really need to have like
common sense.
Right now, the way the inventory is too is that like the only stuff that you like formally equip is like your 5 pieces of armor, and then like your gun's ammunition. Which is like why not have 2 primary, a primary and a secondary weapon slot, that's dedicated, because right now that's not there, and then those whatever you have in those 2 slots is what determines your stats. You know what I mean? That way when you swap between your weapons, you're not doing this stupid game of different numbers of shields and shit like that, because that's stupid. And then your toolbar is for non-combat related stuff. You have like your bandages.
For like weapons, instead of having like dedicated weapon slots, they did what all survival crafting games do, which is just your weapon goes in your hotbar along with everything else.
Yeah, exactly. I'm not either.
Conan also does that.
So, you know what doesn't do that actually? Well, actually it does, but it actually does both of them. Is Enshrouded. Enshrouded. Like, you do equip your weapons to your hotbar, to your main hotbar, but you do actually, like, when you equip something, like, it does have, like, a dedicated slot in the inventory for, like, oh, that's your main weapon. Okay, got it.
Mac says, also, let me build a fucking bow and arrow. Sorry, Mac, but you're a European in this game. You're not allowed to use them fucking native tools. All right?
Yeah, pirates aren't really known for the bow and arrows anyway, like that's not like a piratey thing.
Yeah.
So.
Sorry.
Although we should be able to use. Although we should have more options to use like pistols as melee weapons, because pistols were also hammers, like in real life, like because they took so long to reload, they needed to be useful. Outside of that first shot, basically. And so they would,
a small club, basically, yeah.
Yeah, so they would double as melee weapons. They would carry like a whole bunch of pistols on them so that they can get multiple shots off. And then they would just convert to like to melee weapons. Like that's how it was actually done back then. But anyway.
The rifle has a fucking melee attack.
Yeah, it does. But the pistol should too, though.
Agreed.
But anyway, besides that, I do think I like the exploration, and I like the crafting itself is really good. Really, really good. I really like the crafting system. Like no real complaints there.
Yeah, same.
Trying to think of anything else.
Spears would be good. I like the ship combat.
Yeah, ship combat's good.
Fun.
Yeah. I agree with that. So yeah, that's kind of like my current thoughts on Windrose. Other than that, yeah. There's also the James Bond game that's coming out this month, which I'm actually like, I actually want to play the James Bond game because everybody's saying that it's Uncharted meets Hitman. And I'm like, I love both of those things. So, like Uncharted is like one of my favorite game franchises of all time. So if they execute on that moderately well, I'm going to enjoy a game like that. So, I kind of do want to play the James Bond game that's coming out this month. But yeah, other than that, trying to think if anything happened in real life. My parents finally went home. This is the first show actually that I've done since November where my parents aren't in the house, chat. Because I finally went home. But yeah, that was my week. Anything else before we get into the news? Are you there? Uh-oh. We lost our chat. Take a look here. I'll start getting set up here for that. Change this over. That. All right, we're all set. Even the avatars having a stroke. Let me see here. Okay. We're all set for the news. Once she gets back. How you doing out there, chat? Sound off. Gotta pass the time somehow. Oh, man. I'm actually probably going to play Windrose after this stream is over. My next thing, my thing at Windrose right now is I really got to get I got to focus on getting my gear upgraded. And I want to focus on my clothing because I'm sick of getting 1 and 2 shot by basic bitch pirates that are only a couple levels higher than me. That's getting really fucking annoying. Have I gotten good pulls at NTE? I'm pretty sure I've gotten all the A rank characters. I've gotten 1 S rank, which is the motorcycle, girl, which is the one that I wanted.
What the fuck?
Are you reading the article?
I'm ready.
Okay. Let's get into this. Glamorous JP Morgan executive accused of turning married male broker into her office sex slave claims of Viagra spiking and litany of obscene forced acts that made him cry. So what this is there's a manager dude in JP Morgan who is accusing a high level executive lady of turning him into her sex slave. That's what's going on here. Now, chat. I know the truth about this, so don't spoil it. Okay. We're gonna go through the timeline. Okay.
Okay. I'm ready.
So this happened back on the 29th. So this was like 3 days ago. Okay, or 4 days ago. So a JP Morgan executive allegedly used her power to sexually harass and abuse a junior male employee, drugging him, subjecting him to racial abuse, and threatening his career when he refused her advances, according to a lawsuit. Lorna Hajdini, 37, an executive director in JP Morgan Chase's leveraged finance division, is accused
she's a fucking Pajit? No.
She's a white lady. So Lorna Hajdini is a white lady.
Hajdini is not a white lady name.
I know, but I got confused too by the names. But Lorna Hajdini is the white lady executive. But the guy accusing her of all this stuff is an Indian guy.
Oh my god. Okay, so this is real then.
So Accused of the filing of coercing a married banker into non-consensual and humiliating sex acts over months, despite his pleas for her to stop.
Please stop showing me Bob and Vagine, please. I do not want to. No, I do not want to be horny.
But here's the thing. The bombshell sexual harassment suit against Lorna Hajjini, JP Morgan branded complete fabrication as the John Doe as unmasked. So these were leveraged anonymously at first, but then they unmasked the guy. And this is the guy, which is like the physiognomy.
Oh, no, don't do it. Don't do it.
It's like the physiognomy of this guy is it's immediately this is totally like just a classic Jeet scammer, like
what are you talking about? I work for JP Morgan. I am very, very important person. I am banker.
I am in charge of the money. A former JP Morgan staffer who sources identified as Chirayu Rana. So that's the guy, Chirayu Rana, has been accused of making fabricated sexual harassment claims against
Spanish.
Against a high-ranking executive at the bank after an internal investigation found no evidence of wrongdoing. Multiple sources told the Post that 35-year-old Rana, now a principal at investment firm Brigal Sagemount, is the man who brought the bombshell lawsuit against Lorna Hajjini earlier this week. Rana's lawsuit, filed on Monday under the pseudonym John Doe, accused the 37-year-old executive director of turning him into her sex slave by drugging him with Rohypnol and Viagra and threatening to slash his bonus if he did not comply. So the Daily Mail broke the story on Wednesday, which is the one I just read, citing lurid details from a now retracted court document that has been withdrawn for corrections. The British tabloid, quoting now deleted court papers, reported that Hajjini, executive director on JP Morgan's leveraged finance team, even turned up unannounced at Rana's apartment and forced him to have sex.
He forced me to. She came to my house and she forced me to have sex with her. It was terrible. Her bumps in Virginia were in my face. Pretty blonde lady. She tried to fuck me. My wife was not home. My wife that I totally have.
I was too busy chasing away the monkeys. As Gina hit back in a statement issued to the Post via her lawyers, Lorna categorically denies the allegations. She never engaged in any inappropriate conduct with this individual of any kind and has never even been to the location where the alleged sexual assault supposedly took place. Rana, who did not reply to the Post's multiple requests for comment, claimed that the alleged coercion began shortly after he joined JP Morgan's leveraged finance team in the spring of 2024.
I was so pretty. She just told me that she had to have me because I'm such a pretty Indian. Look at me. I am the whitest Indian. You'll never meet another Indian as white as me.
He filed an internal complaint in May 2025 alleging race and gender-based harassment and abuse of power before trying to negotiate a payoff that ran into millions to leave the company.
He said, "Why the long face?" I said, "I don't know. I was born with it."
I was only born with my upper row of teeth. My lower row of teeth are not here. The monkey stole them. The suit also named JP Morgan Chase as a defendant, accusing the bank of retaliation and failing to investigate properly. So this guy went all in on a completely fabricated thing. So it's so bizarre. How could he have possibly thought that he would actually get away with this? So Daniel J. Kaiser, the attorney listed on the New York County Supreme Court docket as representing John Doe. So this is Rana's defense lawyer. Did not return the Post call seeking comment.
She's cute.
I know, yeah, for an office lady, she's office cute,
Yeah.
JP Morgan strongly denied all the claims. I mean, for 37, she looks great, actually.
Yeah.
A bank spokesperson who refused to be drawn out on the identity of Doe said a thorough internal probe by the bank's HR department and in-house lawyers, which included a review of team phone records and emails, found no evidence to support them.
He heard about the Me Too scam and wanted it on it.
Right?
Me too, I was also raped.
So it says, following an investigation, we don't believe there's any merit to these claims, the spokesperson said. While numerous employees cooperated with the investigation, the complainant refused to participate and has declined to provide facts that would be central to support his allegations. So the company did like a big internal investigation where they interviewed like all of the people that these two like normally interact with and everything like that. And the only one who denied the investigation, like interviews and stuff like that, was the guy who leveraged these claims in the first place. Was Rada.
That's funny.
So
that's funny.
So he makes all these accusations in a lawsuit, right? He even like goes after JP Morgan like as an entity for not following like sufficient internal investigatory procedures to like stop her from doing the things that he's claiming that she did. And then like has like nothing to back it up. He doesn't talk to anybody doing the internal investigation, right? And he already fucked off to another company.
What?
The Post has also learned that Rada did not report to Hajdini. The two were simply colleagues on the leveraged finance team, which works on large corporate acquisitions, mergers, and buyouts. People familiar with the matter said that Hajdini reported to managing director Brandon Graffio, while Raza was supervised by another managing director, John Wolter. It means she would have no sway over the size of his annual bonus.
So he just decided to frame this random colleague who's on the same level as him.
Well, maybe not even on the same level, but just didn't have the authority to like withhold bonuses. Like she had absolutely nothing to do with.
You know what this feels like? This feels like one of those like middle school teenage boy claims he had sex with one of the pretty girls in class.
Although in this case, it was like the pretty girl.
Bullshit, because he's hideous. But
well, I would say it's even worse than that though. This would be claiming that the hot girl went to him and forced him to fuck her.
Yeah.
Like, that's like a whole other level.
Yeah, guys, the hottest girl in school, she actually really, really loves me. I'm not really into her, though.
Yeah, right?
She just made me do it.
Friends of Jadini, who is still working at JP Morgan, so this is the woman, is still there.
Like he's doing it to look good, like those who die taking selfies in front of a train. I watched, Housen showed me a video of a man recording himself getting hit by a train. Literally like yesterday.
Oh God, chat. So chat, my Twitter feed right now, okay, is like, it's broken into thirds. 1/3 is this normal Twitter shit. Right, people that I follow and typical shit. Another third is like wholesome, like based racist Japanese, like base posting. You know, that's another third. And then the final third is just yeet the jeets. Like that's what the final third is. It's just nothing but videos of Indians in India. Just like they die by 3 ways. There's 3 ways that they die. They either get hit by trains. I saw one that I don't know if I sent you the one where like one of them clearly gets cut in half by the train.
No, you don't send me that.
I need to send you that one. So there's either that one. The second way is they'll jump in, they'll dive into shallow pools, smack their head on the bottom of the pool, and then drown because nobody bothers to help them. Because they're all farming their Izat, which I have. Chat, I went into a long. I have at length explained to Rosa what Izat is behind the scenes, so I think you should be well versed on what Izat now at this point.
I think so. I still don't think I understand it like conceptually.
Well, I mean, it's basically a social status game. It's a social status culture that is like a zero-sum game, social status game. So like, the only way that you can gain social status in Indian culture is by taking social status away from other Indians.
I see.
So it's like, you know, it's so like the meme is like whenever an Indian sees another Indian in peril, they let that Indian die or whatever because it's like Highlander, right? Like whenever one dies, like the other Indians, like the power of that one is distributed to the remaining Indians, you know, until there's only one left, and then they have like all the power. You know, it's like Highlander. And so like whenever a G sees another G like in peril, they just let it happen because it's like, oh, I'm gonna get social status because that person is losing all there is at by dying. You know, like that's like the meme. Basically, it's so like an Indian will see like another Indian and like get in trouble, and then like Izat kicks in, let it happen. You know, like so but like that's like the joke, that's like the meme part of Izat, but like what Izat really, what it actually produces, like joking aside, is a society of backstabbers, disloyalty. You know what I mean? Like crabs. It's like it creates a society that's very like crabs in a bucket. So, but the third way, so there's the drowning in pools, and the third way, which is probably the most viral one, is by, it is two ways. There's like two subcategories of death by live wire, right? One is, for whatever reason, a lot of Indians like to carry long sticks around, and they'll just be holding the stick up, and then the stick will hit a line and poof, you know, just zaps them and kills them. Like I've even seen like they carry around like these big tall pagodas, and it takes like 12 people to carry these things, and like 12 people will be carrying with these pagodas, and at the top of the pagoda hits a power line, then all 12 people just die instantly, and the pagoda falls on top of them. It's like, it's incredible. And then so long stick live wire is one way, and then the other way, which is the more disturbing way, is direct contact, where they're like falling off of a train, and this is like a double whammy, right? I see one where that guy is like falling off a train, and he grabs a live wire out of panic to stop him from falling, and then he ends up like bending in half, and he's just hanging onto that live wire for like a full like 30 seconds until his body like cooks to the point where he's nothing but ash, and then it literally just falls in half. Basically, it's gruesome. Like, because like whenever you see like one like whenever they're getting cooked by a live wire, like there's just all the smoke that comes off of them, and that's literally from all of the water and blood in their body, like literally evaporating because they're getting cooked like inside out. It's fucking gruesome. But like I've seen like a third of my fucking Twitter feed is that. So I'm like already desensitized to it. So yeah, there's pool drowning, there's train strikes, and then there's live wire, which has two subcategories, which is the long stick and direct contact.
I can't believe we've been convinced over the last 60 years that these people are equal.
Well, the average IQ in India is like 70, I think, something 70. Which is, if you know about IQ chat, the average for an IQ test is 100. Like, so it tells you a lot. Let's see. Tessinia's own LinkedIn profile shows that the NYU Stern School of Business graduate and wine enthusiast spends her spare time outside of work volunteering for Minds Matter, a nonprofit that helps underprivileged youngsters achieve their dream of going to college. Property records link Rana to an apartment in Manhattan's Kips Bay neighborhood in a $1.7 million family home in Fairfax County, Virginia. So this guy, this Rana, this subordinate, this low-level worker, is a millionaire. Like, he's not actually a low-level worker. He's just lower than the woman was. Rana's journeyman career in finance has included stints at Houlihan Lokey, Credit Suisse, TCG Capital Markets, Morgan Stanley, and the Carlyle Group before he joined JP Morgan. So this guy is
he's just jumping back and forth and just taking advantage of the fucking, what do you call it? The fucking DEI. He's just going company to company. It's like, all right, you guys gotta hire me. You have no choice. And then they hire them. It's like, all right, cool, bye. And he goes to the next guy. He's like, hey, you guys gotta hire me for more than the previous guy hired me. It's like, oh, well, sure, shit, okay. It's like, all right, cool, bye. And then, all right, fucking, who's next? TCG Capital? All right, you guys gotta hire me for more than the previous guy hired me. And he's just basically doing that over and over again. I know people that do this.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
I've met people that do this. I fired someone who did this.
I don't know people. I don't really know people that do this, but I do know a lot of companies out there that do this. That companies. Like, yeah, well, like there's a whole cottage industry, especially here in America. And in the business, we call them MeWe Biwi, which is a funny sounding word, but it's basically like it's minority and women owned businesses. So when you like kind of like minority, me, woman, whoa, and then businesses, MeWe Be, you know, MeWe Biwis. And there's a whole industry, a cottage industry of MeWe Biwi grifters in this country because so many contracts from like major entities like the government or like very large corporations like finance firms, airports, you know, these big kind of entities and stuff like that. They all have like a certain percentage where like they're like, okay, this is the project and we're going to send out a request for proposal to all the companies, and then those companies have to build a team of subcontractors that meets all the requirements to do the work, to do the project, right? And in the process of building that team of subcontractors, the subcontractor makeup has to be like a minimum percentage of MeWe Biwi firms, basically. And you could they literally farm fucking certificates of, you know, like minority business, you know, own business, women own business, etc., etc. And they have lists, like certified lists on government websites where you could go down the list to find these companies to fill up your team and meet the MeWe Biwi requirements of the proposal, of the request for proposal. And so there's this whole bullshit cottage industry in America. That the only reason that these companies exist is because they just ride in on the MeWe Biwi requirements of all these of all these projects.
Insane.
Yeah, it's fucking ludicrous. It shouldn't be legal at all.
No.
90% of these firms would never be able to make it without these certifications. But anyway, he is now a principal at Briegel Sagemount, a New York-based firm led by Goldman Sachs, along with Gene Yoon, that invests in software, digital infrastructure, healthcare, IT, and financial services. And then if we go here, so the Rana, the Indian guy, former JP Morgan banker and center of completely fabricated sex slave allegations against Lorna Hajjini, left new job 3 weeks ago. So he like he made all these allegations that he fucked off to another company. Which I mean, how that company doesn't fire him is like, yeah. So it says Wall Street financial cheers. Rana, fiercely disputed sexual harassment lawsuit against a JP Morgan Chase executive is less investment firm Briegel Sagemount, senior company sources told the Post. Also, that one. So this article says that he was a part of Briegel Sagemount. He is now a principal at Briegel Sagemount. Not anymore. Has left the investment firm Briegel Sagemount. so this guy is basically. I mean, I don't see how he gets anywhere. I mean, if he doesn't end up in prison, you know. But yeah. And I do want to bring up. Hang on 1 second. Let me see. What's his full name? Chiraya Rana. Chiraya Rana. List of accusations. See here. He also like used a chatbot to help with his accusations.
What?
Yeah, so if you go here, 10 months ago, Rana went to a legal chatbot and asked about suing his former company for sexual abuse. Rana asked about Morgan Stanley, not JP Morgan. Rana worked for both companies. He also made his abuser male rather than female. Yeah, he didn't want to get caught out. That's all. So he just like the entity in question doesn't really matter. You know what I mean? So like he basically like plotted this whole thing out. And so he's like, let's see. I was raped, sexually assaulted. SECUALLY sexually
I was
assaulted.
Sexually assaulted, harassed, forced to do drugs by my former boss at Morgan Stanley. I was then retaliated against for seeking to move groups internally at the firm.
And then
HR conducted an investigation, but they ultimately made me sign a separation agreement. Yes, but I was forced to sign under duress. Yes, I am ample evidence.
I am ample evidence. That's the thing. Have you already consulted with any legal professionals about your situation? No.
No. 90012. Tira Yorana, please. I need help.
And then it says another one.
I'm doing fine, thank you. It's been tough time for me though. I was sexually assaulted and harassed by my former boss, and he even forced me to do drugs. It's been really hard to deal with. No, I haven't. It threatened me while I was living in this address, and it made me really scared. I was working on Black, and it's a small world there. I moved to here for this job, and when he found out I was looking for transfer to another group, he became hostile. I recorded all our phone calls, and I have plenty of evidence.
And he doesn't. He has no evidence at all.
I signed it because I was scared and felt I had no choice. He said he would ruin my career if I didn't comply. After I signed, he started spreading lies about me, claiming I made everything up. It was disheartening because most people at work didn't know the truth. I've been struggling mentally since then. It was a terrible experience. I am left under awful circumstances. He told everyone a false narrative about me, which made it even harder.
You're too good at the Indian accent.
I have been practicing for a very, very long time.
Hang on. Let me see here. I'm trying to find the original list that he accused the woman of doing to him. Because those chat logs was basically him like rehearsing like what how it was gonna go, essentially. Let's see.
This pretty white lady here, she took me and then she gave me medication so that my penis would get hard. And then when my penis got hard, she started to stroke it right in the office in front of everybody.
She
said that she loves me. She loves me and my silly little smile. She said that it reminded her of I forgot his name.
Rana.
No, not his name. Sorry. Oh, I remember now. She said that my pretty little smile reminded her of the Prime Minister of Canada.
Oh, the Prime Minister of Canada? The former one, Justin Trudeau?
Yeah, look at his little smile. Doesn't it?
Yeah, he kind of does, actually. Now that I think, yeah, you're right. He kind of does have a Justin Trudeau-ish kind of look.
She said that I looked just like Justin Trudeau and she loved Justin Trudeau, so she wanted to marry me. But I am already married. She stroked my pee-pee until I cried. It was like the Nazis did to the Jews.
Yeah, all I can find is the chat bots. I can't find the original list of things that he claimed.
Did you know about the Jewish like sexual abuse in Auschwitz?
Yes.
It's so funny. Apparently, the Nazis used stroking machines to stroke them until they almost came, and then they didn't let them come.
Yeah, they blue balled them.
Back to the cages.
Yeah, they blue balled them as a means of torture. Yeah.
Yeah. Supposedly, allegedly. No one ever found these machines, but the Jews never lie.
Well, the thing is, it's like when it comes to something like the Holocaust, like you don't need to embellish. You know what I mean? Like there's no.
I know, but they can't help themselves. They can't
exactly.
Help themselves.
That's where this saga. I have to say though, like this woman, she like obviously did like fucking social justice, cause bullshit on the side or whatever. But I really do kind of feel sorry for her because like she's a top. Like I guess like a senior director level, so not quite like a C-suiter, but close to it, which means she's not public facing like at all. You know what I mean? And if she's in like financial leveraging, basically, that's all business to business. That's not business to like end user. That's all B2B. So she is not public facing at all, and so like. for her to just be like a completely like relatively normal person that just doesn't have like a spotlight on them at all, and then all of a sudden, you know, like she's like being talked about by everyone in America for like 2 or 3 straight days, and it's because some fucking Indian, some rando Indian on her team decided to accuse her of like
emphasize her raping
of drugging him with the date rape drug and Viagra so that she could, you know, rape him while he was like passed out, and showed up at his home and broke into his house to force him to have sex with her. Like can you imagine, like, if you have like absolutely no public persona at all, and then your just name just completely blows up? It's like do you remember that couple it was that executive for some software firm who got caught cheating because the kiss cam at the stadium focused on him? If you remember, it's like that, you know what I mean? But in this case, she's completely innocent, you know what I mean? It's like I feel sorry for her because she just has to, like, it's really embarrassing to go through this if you're
it's like,
you know what I mean?
Fuck? You know?
I mean, it's
I
like,
can only imagine like the shock. Like, can you imagine how it's been like the day of tomorrow, right? The day of tomorrow, some random fucking person at your job, right, just randomly accuses you, and you find out because it happens like it's like revealed in like the news or some shit. Like you're like watching TV, and then in the news you see yourself, and it's like, yeah, you're being accused of having butt fucked some other guy at work
in a furry outfit. That's what it would be for me. Some bullshit like that.
Yeah. It's like, what?
Yeah, right. It's like how do you respond to that? You know what I mean? Like,
it's like, what? I don't remember doing this.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep playing Windrose. It's so weird. It's so strange, and I do feel sorry for her because. But the thing is, it's like the right way to play this for her is that now it's like everybody knows at this point that it's all bullshit, and this guy completely made everything up and everything like that. You know what I mean? Like,
what a weirdo.
And the thing is, it's like, so what? Like, because he said like he wanted to like basically use this to get a payout from the company, right? Number one, he's gone to all these other different companies. He has almost $2 million home, right? He's already got money. Right?
It is not enough money. It is not enough money because I have damages emotional. I have very much emotional damage because this very, very pretty white woman came to my house and made me have sex with her.
My brother has more Izat than me. I must far more Izat.
What is it?
I don't know, but like, because my whole thing is like motivation. Like, I'm always like interested in like what motivates people to do things. It's like he's got nothing.
It's really simple, actually. His motivation is he's Indian.
It's just in his blood to scam people.
Yeah, he just can't help it. He's like, no. I'm always so wealthy. I'm so far ahead.
I must lie.
Don't ruin it. Ah! Oh no, I've become Indian. No.
I have not scammed in 24 hours. I am in withdrawal. But yeah, I'm just like, there's no like motivating factor other than the fact that he's just like born to scam, you know.
Somewhere like on his desk is like a live wire, you know, just a random like a statue of live wire. It's like, what are you doing?
He has a little drowning pool in his office.
Yeah. The ghost in the
and the live wire is it's got classic Indian infrastructure. It's not done correctly. It's too long, and so the live wire it drapes down and actually goes into the drowning pool. So like it's like a double whammy.
Somewhere in his house, he has like a model train that speaks to him like the fucking Green Goblin mask.
Yeah.
What are you doing, Jiraiya?
Why have you not scammed recently? What is wrong?
You know, Jiraiya, you could be making much more money if you scam. You do not have to do things the right way.
It's a lot easier to scam. If you scam more, you would have more time to scam even more. Instead of working legit. There's a live wire.
Business is brought great dishonor to your family, Jiraiya.
Every time you do not scam, I install another live wire.
You're going to lose your Izat, Chiraya. You're going to lose your Izat.
The long stick that you have been blessed with, I will extend by one inch every time you do not scam, and it, you will be dead by live wire at some point if you do not scam. I don't. So fucking stupid.
We need to guest star during the Sultan stream and just read articles about Jeeps. That sounds like a good time.
Oh my god, dude. GE, man. That's what it is. Oh god. So
Indian scams have their own section of the Indian state budget since they pay taxes on the scam profit. That's incredible. What?
well, they have like a whole industry in India of just manufacturing fake certifications and degrees. So
It is incredible.
yeah, it's man. I feel sorry for this lady. I really do. But the thing is, like again, like if she's smart, which I assume she's smart. I assume she wouldn't be a senior director if she wasn't somewhat intelligent. Intelligence doesn't mean wise, obviously, but
this guy's a banker.
yeah, that's true. Well, banking kind of is a scam in a way, like like the industry itself is kind of a scam. But anyway,
she is not a white lady, by the way.
She sure as hell looks like it.
No, that's not a white lady.
What is she then?
She's got some sort of like Middle Eastern in her for sure.
Every night.
Yeah, I can't exactly place it, but that's like those aren't like.
You're way better. You're way better at that than I am, because I'm just a regular white guy. I think everyone that's not white looks the same. So
I have a Cuban cousin that looks kind of like that. She could be Latina, but from her last name, I don't think she's Latina.
I doubt it.
So I do think that is some sort of like
she could be married. She could be married. She could be married to a G. That's why she's got Hajini.
She could be.
Or an Arab. I guess Hajini isn't. Is that Indian?
I think that she's Arab. I actually think she's Arab just from like her complexion and just her facial features. Her face is like very like it's not long enough to be European.
Let me see. It's Albanian origin, Hajdini. Derived from the word Hajdin, which historically referred to as an outlaw or a brigand. So of course she's a banker.
No.
But yeah, so that's kind of where we're at now. It's like with this JP Morgan. But the thing is, it's like once she's like in the clear, which she pretty much is at this point, like all the focus, all the heat's on the guy now, for false allegations and shit like that.
I will say the fact that she's Balkan makes a whole lot of sense, because that's basically like the crossroads between like Europe and like
the Middle East.
Europe.
Yeah.
So that makes a lot of sense if she's Balkan.
Mm-hmm.
I would say I did a pretty good job. I narrowed it down pretty good.
I think so. Like I just assumed that she was a typical white lady. Yeah, but she
no,
think it's like
I was like her skin's too like golden for it to be like a white lady. She's not white.
Oh, I mean he's whiter than she is.
I know, that's what I'm saying. He's whiter than she is.
Yeah.
He's not white either. He's like I made a joke about him being the whitest Indian, but
right.
Yeah, she has like it's not like a tan necessarily, but it's like that like almost like golden hue.
Yeah, it's a really pretty skin color actually.
Yeah.
But anyway, hopefully she doesn't get like traumatized by this and she just kind of like learns to kind of like laugh at it, looking back and laugh kind of a thing. I mean, talk about a story to tell your grandkids, Yeah. Like tell us a story.
All right, kids. This one time, this fucking Jeet tried to accuse me of
sexual assault and rape and molestation.
Even though I would never touch that man with a 10-foot pole, because if I did, I'd probably get zapped.
I was gonna say, damn it, you took it.
I have a PhD in phrenology. I'm pretty racist. What can I say?
Uh,
Yeah, that's quite the story, though.
so yeah, that's where we're at. It's just fucking hilarious. It's just hilarious. It really is. It really is like a Rule 63 Me Too scenario where the guy falsely accuses the woman. You know.
Yeah.
No.
So funny.
Okay, this next one. You just have to look at.
Oh, it's so funny.
I'm just gonna show you this news report about it, actually, because it's fucking hilarious.
Yeah, this is basically the whole story.
Oh wait, shit! Chat can't hear it. Damn it! I'm sorry, chat. Let me restart. I'm sorry.
A new mural is sparking
a
a major conversation. This artwork aims to support Palestine, but it's left some African American community leaders scratching their heads.
Sorry.
Whenever I play that game, Viking, I suck at it. And the reason why I suck at it is because whenever an Asian person comes up, I'm just like, okay, Asian or Latino, call it. Because those people look the fucking same. Those people look the same.
Yeah, see, I even like Koreans and Chinese and Japanese people will tell you, like, I dare you to like take a quiz on like, you know, that it shows you a random Asian person and you have to like tell if they're Korean, Asian or Japanese or Chinese. Like even they fail those tests. Like even they can't tell each other apart.
I'm not like Hank Hill's dad levels of racist, okay? I'm not that advanced yet. All right. I
goals.
Can't tell
#goals.
You know, little Asian from a fucking Chinese man. But I will tell you, everyone from Brazil to like
Panama
to Vietnam. No, from Brazil to Vietnam, that entire stretch of land, like across the Pacific, everyone in that entire area looks the fucking same.
Yeah, Southeast Asia is tough, actually. Like a Vietnamese person versus a Cambodian versus like a Malaysian versus a Filipino.
Hold on. All those, right? All those versus a fucking Guatemalan. They all look the same. You can just throw fucking like Mexicans
it's
in there.
really
They look
hard.
The same. You can't tell them apart. If you were to enter a room full of Mexicans and Filipinos and none of them were to fucking speak, you would not be able to tell them apart. Chad. You could not tell them apart. And that's because fucking South America, right, is Asian.
Largely.
Yeah, they're all Asian. They all have the same fucking genes. If you check their DNA, they all like they don't trace back to Asia, but they all have the same like stuff in their genes.
Yeah, like in Filipinos are like a mishmash of a whole bunch of stuff because the Filipino islands got like colonized by fucking everybody over time.
Yeah. The Philippines especially, right? Like this extends all the way out to Vietnam, but the Philippines especially, you cannot tell them apart from Latinos because, well, first off, they technically are Latinos, actually. Even though they're Asian, they are actually Latinos because they were colonized by the Spanish, and their language has Spanish in it.
Oh, they were colonized by a bunch of people. Like they were colonized by the Spanish, by the Dutch. Like a bunch of people colonized the Philippines.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
So, like, that's the reason actually that like Filipino martial arts are actually like really fucking brutal and good, because the little Filipino guys would like be sitting like in the bushes, you know, on the edge of the beach, watching like the conquistadors like fencing and shit, like to pass the time. And the conquistadors would like invite the Filipinos. They're like, hey, you want to fence with us and stuff like that. And they kind of like, but they did that with like everybody. And so like the Filipinos kind of developed like their own, and that, you know, they are very small people. And so they developed a particularly brutal martial arts system to compensate for that. And that's why like Kali is like one of the top like self-defense systems in the world. Yeah, that the Filipino Kali, it's like crazy effective because it's just a mishmash of all these different styles combined with that's why like the raid movies are made by like well, they're made by Malaysians and Filipinos and stuff like that. And it's like there's a ton of Kali in those movies, and they're like known as like the most brutal martial arts movies ever made. It's like, yeah, like it's like there's a reason for that. Anyway, let's get that. Yeah, no, you're good. You're good. You're good.
American community leaders scratching their heads. Taylor Bryan explains live at 5.
Now, I talked to different Black community leaders in Richmond, and they say that they don't have a problem.
It says free Palestine. It says free Palestine in the seats.
Yeah, I know.
With the message of the mural, just the watermelon imagery. At the intersection of Brooklyn Boulevard and North Avenue sits this mural. It's a dark-skinned Palestinian woman holding a slice of watermelon, and the seeds spell Free Palestine. With so many Black Richmonders upset, we decided to catch up with the artist behind this controversial mural to have him explain more about it.
Okay, hang on. This isn't the artist.
Chat.
This is not the artist.
Wait, it's not?
No, it's not. So
really?
Okay.
He's just taking ownership over it?
No, so
He's claiming it?
no. This so the news story is real, but this is a comedian who did his own bit, and he just, well, they say like we spoke to the artist, and then he just cut in his comedic bit, and that's what this is.
Oh.
Yeah.
Hi, I'm Edward Sprague, and I'm the artist behind the unfortunately controversial.
He did a great job.
Yeah, it's very convincing. It confused a lot of people on Twitter.
When I saw this, right, my immediate reaction was he sounds exactly like I imagine he would sound like.
Right? Yeah. Just like the super like pretentious, like white savior kind of guy. Yeah.
Sprague, and I'm the artist behind the unfortunately controversial mural of what appears to be Black woman eating a giant watermelon. However, I would just like to say, first off, she's not Black. People from Gaza are not Black. They're just dark skinned. It's sunny there like all the time. So she's really tanned. In hindsight, would I have made her a little less tan? Sure.
So, the report goes, so Lauren East. So Lauren East is the actual artist. Pro-Palestine artist from LA painted this mural of a Palestinian woman who's far darker than any Palestinian I've seen. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. Like, they clearly don't know what Palestinians look like.
No.
In a Black part of Richmond, Virginia, now some locals are claiming it feeds racist watermelon eating stereotypes. While most local media are getting the story straight, see this Instagram post from RTD News and this longer story from 12 on Your Side, but I think 12 on Your Side is like a local Channel 12, like CBS affiliate local station, I think. So I see this report allegedly by 12 on Your Side's reporter Taylor Bryan that completely bungled who the artist is. That's the video that I just showed you. Instead of interviewing Lauren East, the actual artist, they managed to interview a Jewish comedian named Danny Polishchuk, who was posing as the artist. Oh, wait, did the news team actually fuck up and get... Is that what happened here? Polishchuk used the pseudonym Edward Sprague in the interview and says people in Palestine just tan a lot. What is going on here? How did Richmond's Channel 12 screw this up so much? And is that clip even real? You can easily find both the actual artist. Oh, you know what? I just realized when they're handing off. I think they're right. I think that they actually, this comedian actually did fool the news crew into thinking that he was the artist, because listen when they cut to the artist.
Palestine. With so many Black Richmonders upset, we decided to catch up with the artist behind this controversial mural to have him explain more.
To have him.
Oh my God.
So he fooled the news station into interviewing him to do a comedy bit instead of the actual artist. What a legendary troll. Oh my God.
He uses his red light deception powers for good.
That is so good. You can easily find both the actual artist, LA-based Lauren East, and comedian Danny Polishchuk on Instagram. Here's the real artist behind the controversial pro-Palestine mural that's rolling race conversations in Virginia. So that's the actual artist. This is what I would expect, actually.
What's she wearing? What am I looking at?
just fucking lefty garbage.
What is wrong with her thigh?
Look at she wears these fucking like crazy ass.
No,
like,
not that. Like, look at the bottom of that middle image. What the fuck is wrong with her? Oh no, that's her knee. I just realized.
This is her knee right here.
I was so confused. I was like, what is going on with her legs?
Yeah, her legs are like facing this way. She's like twisting her body to look back.
It's like a worm.
Yeah.
But no, I understand it. I understand it.
God, she's everything about this. She's got the fucking septum piercing in her nose, the bull ring. Yeah, this is.
It's an American issue. This is an Asian American issue.
Let's see. So, like, yeah, I thought the whole kerfuffle merited a thread because of how bizarrely it sheds light on ignorance on skin color in Palestine and Israel, too common even amongst advocates. Tensions between pro-Palestine activism and black communities, which have simmered since the 2024 election and egregious media errors. It's just, yeah. So so the mural is real. The news report was real, but the news channel, the 12 on your side. Which I guess, let's see. The official X account for 12 on your side, Central Virginia's #1 news TV station. Okay. So they got fooled on who the artist was and ended up interviewing the comedian posing as the artist. This is
so funny.
Beautiful. But this is the actual debate here. So it's like some black community members said that their issue is not the message, but the watermelon imagery, which is carries offensive stereotypes, especially in this historical black neighborhood. Fucking just laugh at it. God. A watermelon image of the black community is offensive.
I can't believe they say we eat watermelon.
Said Gary Flowers. An artist and former member of the Public Art Commission.
Like watermelon, but you can't say it because it's racist.
We understand the history of the watermelon as a symbol of the Palestinian movement, and we support that. How is like everything a symbol for everything to these fucking freaks and weirdos? This is not about Palestine. Flowers said this is about a black community in Richmond, Virginia that has been offended by an image placed here without community consent. I wonder if what if they put up a picture of George Floyd eating a watermelon?
I'm gonna assume that Gary Flowers is like a black guy or a black lady. A watermelon image in the black community is offensive. We understand the history of the watermelon as a symbol of the Palestinian movement, and we support that. This is not about Palestine. This is about black community in Richmond, Virginia that has been offended by an image placed here without community consent.
You have clearly watched the Boondocks multiple times. He's now calling for the mural to be replaced with an alternative design created by a local artist, Sir James L. Thornhill. Oh, God, what is this? This image connects the Black Liberation flag of red...
Black Liberation flag of red, black, and green with the same colors that are included in the Palestinian flag, except for the white. And, because we missed that part. We're stupid. We can make that historic connection, but at the same time remove the offensive watermelon.
Teresa Sharp, who owns the building, said that there are no plans to change the mural. She said it was installed in December 2025 after she responded to a social media post from California-based artist Lauren seeking space for work. Lauren put up this mural to protest genocide that's occurring in Palestine. It's not a genocide. They tried to make that very clear by spelling out Free Palestine in the watermelon representing the Palestinian flag. Wait, what? Watermelon representing the Palestinian flag? Red, it's the red, black, and the green?
Yeah.
That seems like a stretch to me.
Same.
It's like whenever they claim that like Gwen, what is it? Spider Gwen is trans because the colors of her costume are the same colors as the trans flag. Yep. It's like
just like a Spider-Man's a Nazi.
Exactly. I was just about to say I was just about to say the same thing. It's like you could do the same thing to like the Nazi flag. Like, come on, what are we doing here? Let's see. They're trying to make it very clear by spelling out.
I haven't watched that video, Mac. I have watched that video.
They tried to make that very clear by spelling out Free Palestine of watermelon representing the Palestinian flag. When you start censoring things or changing things, you start to erase the symbolism that is currently existing there. What do you say to the...
Fucking say! You don't fucking say!
Yeah, so you start censoring and changing things. What about destroying statues of the founding fathers, like during the BLM riots? What about destroying the Arena Zaruska mural that was painted on the building, very similar to this in Rhode Island, and the mayor was like, "That doesn't represent our values." You know, like, does that count to you? Like, fuck off. In the end, it's all just religious iconoclasm. That's what it is. Like, when they say like leftism and like woke activism is like a religious cult, it's like, yeah, they literally engage in like Islamic style iconoclasm, where like they destroy all the symbols and representations of competing religions, and they erect their own in their place. You know, like they engage in the exact same behavior. The watermelon, a fruit grown in Gaza and the West Bank, symbolizes Palestinian identity. Give me a fucking break. Sharp will host a teach-in on Sunday, April 12th, featuring both Black and Palestinian speakers. So that already happened.
Wait, is a Palestinian flag actually just based on the colors of a fucking watermelon? No fucking way.
I doubt that. Hey, God. Wait.
Okay, cool.
Let me look it up. Pro-Arab palette, often served with a 13th century poem by Safi al-Din al-Hili, which translates to white are our deeds, black are our battles, green are our fields, red are our swords.
Yeah, but people use the watermelon because to bypass bans on the flag, apparently.
Okay.
Because it has the same colors, right?
Okay.
The rind is white, you know?
Yeah. Okay, sure.
Yeah, I get it.
But anyway, this whole thing is just really fucking funny because it's like, it's very much just like, you know, like the left always eats their own kind of scenario, you know? So.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Classic.
Speaking of actual blacks, let's head over to the home of the blacks, Nigeria, not Detroit. What's going on over in Nigeria? Rape festivals.
Sorry? What?
Brutal rape festival in Nigeria sparks outrage worldwide after horrifying video of men chasing women through street surfaces.
What?
A recent festival in southern Nigeria has sparked outrage after multiple videos surfaced online showing women being chased through the streets, stripped, and sexually assaulted by groups of men in broad daylight. The footage, recorded during the annual Aluwe Do Fertility Festival in Ozoro Delta State, has prompted a police investigation and resulted in several arrests, with authorities confirming that multiple suspects were in custody. The videos have sparked global outcry, with many online describing the event as a rape festival, a term that highlights the scale and brutality of what was captured on camera. Obviously, I can't show you the videos of this, chat. In clips circulating on social media, women are seen running through crowded streets while groups of men pursue them. Moments later, the women are surrounded, their clothing torn off as they are groped and assaulted while bystanders film and shout, while some appearing to cheer. This wasn't an isolated incident. Multiple videos appear to show similar attacks unfolding across various locations during the festival, involving large groups of men and even young boys. Many of the victims, believed to be female students from a nearby university, have reportedly been hospitalized. Scale of the violence and the number of participants quickly turned the incident into a national and international flashpoint. You could just say a global flashpoint if you're gonna like within the nation and out of the nation. So everywhere, just say a flashpoint, prompting a response from authorities. Police in Delta State confirmed the arrest of multiple suspects in connection with the attacks, including a community leader and 4 young men identified in viral videos. Investigations are still ongoing. State police spokesperson Bright Idafe said that those involved would face charges, while Delta Police Commissioner Aina Adesola ordered the immediate transfer of the suspects to the State Criminal Investigation Department. Commissioner of Police has instructed that the suspects be transferred to the state CID without delay. The commissioner is committed to ensuring that anyone involved will be arrested and brought to justice. Describing the incident.
So you're gonna race the you're gonna bring the entire fucking country, like all the men of the country, to jail? Like, how's that gonna work?
I was gonna say, well, the population of Nigeria is like, it's really
not even just the adults, also the kids.
Well, I think teenagers. I think.
No, I'm watching the videos right now. There's kids.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Adofe noted that no formal rape complaints had been filed at the time and urged victims and witnesses to come forward with any information. In the days that followed, the number of arrest suspects rose, with more than a dozen people in custody as investigators combed through videos and witness accounts. Police said the arrests were the result of a targeted investigation, adding that more suspects could still be identified as the probe continues. But even as arrests were being made, authorities were also beginning to shape how the incident was understood. The police described the attacks in a preliminary finding as the work of criminal elements who hijacked the festival, a framing that attempts to separate the violence from the cultural event itself. Local community.
So from what I've looked up, the Ozoro people are a subgroup of the Isoko people, and so this subgroup practices this fertility festival. And so the videos are being recorded are from people that are not part of the subgroup, that are like, "Hey, women, you guys should stay inside. You know, these fucking people are out here raping people." So yeah, so that's essentially like the videos that are being put out is the regular Isoko people being like, "Hey." Stay inside.
In a statement, they described the Aluado festival as a fertility ritual, saying symbolic acts such as dragging and pouring sand on individuals are traditionally meant to invoke blessings for couples struggling to conceive. They added that claims of widespread sexual violence were false and misleading, maintaining that no rape had been officially recorded despite the multiple videos of circulating online.
All you must simply do is let me drag you, and I will impregnate you myself. Right here on the street, you will have no problems with conception.
It's a very.
I can assure you that.
It's yet another one of those, like, we have investigated ourselves and find ourselves to have done nothing wrong kind of situations. The leaders acknowledge that some individuals may have acted irresponsibly, but stressed that such behavior was not part of the tradition. It should not be seen as a representative of the festival itself. The explanation has done little to reduce backlash. Throughout social media, reactions have been swift and furious. Videos of the attacks have been viewed millions of times across Facebook, Instagram, and X. With many viewers shocked not only by the blatant violence, but how it was carried out in broad daylight and without intervention. Yeah, see, that's the whole thing. Like, without intervention is like one of the key things here. Like, oh, it's not a part of the festival. Like, those are outliers, and we condemn them. It's like, well, why didn't anybody try to stop it then? You know, that's like laughing and filming as they close in on the victims. In one clip, a young woman is seen crying and clutching her torn clothes while being assaulted by men who surround her. One of the victims, Izuego Ijeoma Rosemary, a student, told authorities she was attacked moments after arriving near the area on a bike. Immediately I came down, they started shouting, "Hold her, hold her, that's a woman," and they swooped on me like bees. A large crowd started pulling my clothes until they stripped me naked. They were pulling my breasts and touching my whole body. I was shouting for help. She said she was eventually rescued by a bystander, but her phone was taken, adding that she is still dealing with pain and trauma and had not returned to school since the incident. Women were required to stay indoors during parts of the festival, with those who did not comply facing public targeting. So that's like, so this is it's like if the women were required to stay indoors because because they faced public targeting during this festival, that means that it's a known thing. You know what I mean? That means it's not the first time that this has happened. That means it's like a normal thing.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I have a hard time taking the word of the festival people. Context frames the footage as less random chaos and more as a response to an environment actively challenging women's presence in public. This is not just about what happened in those videos, says Rita Aiki, a gender rights advocate with the Women's Rights Advancement and Protection Alternative. It's about the conditions that make it possible for this kind of violence to happen in public, with so many people watching and no one stepping in. For many, the reaction surrounding the attacks has been as disturbing as the violence itself. Yeah, see, that's the thing. Like, that's the other common thing. No one steps in to help. You know, that's another sign that this is a normal, expected thing. Like, if it was abnormal, people would be like shocked and they would like try to intervene like immediately. You know, but because it's a normal thing, no one bothers. That's basically it. So. Yeah, just Africa being Africa, I guess. Where do I find the video proof anyway? I don't know.
On Twitter.
On Twitter, yeah. Just look up Nigeria Rape Festival on Twitter, and you'll see the videos. Chat.
Yeah, if you look up Ozoro on Twitter, you'll You'll find videos. There's like nothing like super graphic, but just women just being groped on the street and just crowds running around trying to chase women.
You know what this sounds like? It sounds like Mecca. You ever hear the sexual assault stories that happen on a daily basis in Mecca? Which, by the way, Mecca, you know, the place with a giant black granite cube that like every Muslim is required to like pilgrimage to before they die. Yeah. That square is hell on earth. It's absolute hell on earth. Like if you go on YouTube and just look up like the dark reality of Mecca or something like that on YouTube, you'll find plenty of videos that go into like there's this it's constant sexual assault, you know, people shitting and pissing all over, you know, just on the ground where they are and stuff like that. It's just filled with disease. The whole thing is hell on earth. It might be for women, yes, but it's not that much greater for guys. Okay, let's move on. Let's move on from the rape festival. Let's go to let me just read this. American asylum seeker wanted to raise an army and invade the U.S. for Queen Elizabeth after her death. This is a Texas man. Seems like a very Texas man thing to do. An American citizen accused of creating and lodging forged legal documents allegedly wanted to raise an army to invade and reclaim the United States for the late Queen Elizabeth, the High Court has heard. Ryan Frost, 36, was said to have disclosed his intentions during a previous appearance before a senior judge in Belfast. Details emerged as he was granted bail on multiple charges of forgery, fraud by false representation, and possessing articles for use in fraud. Police arrested Frost after staff at the Royal Courts of Justice were alerted to the suspected deception in August last year. The defendant, who was seeking asylum in Northern Ireland, had allegedly issued and lodged a number of bogus writs over a 2-month period. Mr. Justice McCallendon confirmed Frost had also appeared before him in court as a personal litigant. On one occasion, he produced a seal, stating it gave him jurisdiction and required the judge to comply with his orders. During that hearing, a close protection officer feared a situation was unfolding when Frost pulled the document from his jacket. It was an interesting experience, the judge recalled. Originally from San Antonio, Texas, the defendant had lodged a writ against a U.S.-based lawyer over claims of being cheated out of proceeds from a family estate. Mr. Frost volunteered the reason why he was entitled to the money and needed the money to raise an army intended to invade the United States and reclaim the United States for Queen Elizabeth II, the judge revealed. This was obviously after Queen Elizabeth had unfortunately died. He expressed surprise as being informed a psychiatric assessment has given Frost the all clear. So he passed all his psych exams, and he just wanted to basically like reclaim the United States for the crown. Which is okay. He presents as intelligent with no clear evidence of thought disorder or psychosis, she added. Frost was previously granted bail, but then remanded back in custody amid claims that a further writ was served on Wikipedia, the online encyclopedia, in January. Michael Boyd, defending, argued that his client behaved naively, but has now... What's going on?
Sorry, my wife just showed me a picture of the food she's making.
Oh, okay. His client behaved naively, but has now experienced the consequences of spending months behind bars as a literal stranger abroad. There's not a gloss I can apply to the bizarre, wacky statements which have been made by Mr. Frost. Now that I think about it, this is like the opposite of what a Texan would do. Like a Texan would be like the most stereotypically like pro-America guy, and here he is, a Texan, claiming to like want to like get the money that he feels he was owed so that he can use it to hire and raise an army to retake the United States for the crown of England. The behavior is bizarre and administratively psychotic or chaotic, but he hasn't harmed anyone physically. The judge ordered Frost to live in an address in Newton Abbey, Coantrim, banned him from possessing any seals or stamps, and further directed he is excluded from the environs of the Royal Courts of Justice. So, yeah, just very, very bizarre case there. Probably from Austin, the weird there. Yeah, yeah, Austin really is like Austin and Dallas, man. Austin and Dallas are. I hate Dallas. I hated Dallas. At least it's.
That's where the gay boys are at.
At least Austin is like kind of nice, you know. I don't really have much comment on this. I just think it's really funny and weird. Okay, let's go. I need to take a break, so I'm going to give the next two stories to you. Hello.
Okay.
There you are.
Hold on. Okay, I'm ready.
Go for it.
An experimental cafe run by AI opens in Stockholm. So you guys might recall we had an AI like shop, an AI like store.
Right.
That was being run, or that it started to be run. These people are doing the same thing, but with a cafe. They've got toast and baristas making foamy lattes, make it look like any other cafe, except that this one, located in Stockholm residential neighborhood, artificial intelligence is running the place. The cafe features a minimalist design, a few tables decorated with small plants and gray walls. Behind the counter is barista Kajetan Gruzelczak. I don't know.
I have no clue how to say. That's too many Z's. That's an alien name.
Yeah. It was hired by Mona, the AI cafe manager, which is powered by Google's Gemini. Fucking Kajetan told AFP that ordering isn't really her best suit. So I made for her a wall of shame, he said, pointing to shelves behind him. Oh, this is a guy.
Mm-hmm.
The wall display showcases some of Mona's unnecessary purchases, including 10 liters of cooking oil, or 15 kilograms of canned tomatoes.
So this thing is in charge of basically managing. So it's gonna do the employee scheduling. It's gonna do inventory management as well, which is where these mishaps are happening, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
It comments that he can't use those for anything that Mona has put on the menu. Oh, you don't even actually need those.
Oh, I mean, it's a coffee shop. What do you need fucking 33 pounds of canned tomatoes for at a coffee shop?
Orders can be placed with Mona or one of the employees. In one corner, a large screen shows the cafe's revenue and balance in real time, and a phone lets customers talk to Mona. The screen also displays a description of the unusual cafe, which is an experiment by San Francisco-based startup Anden Labs.
So here's the live profits, I guess, of the cafe. Okay, hiring. Oh wow, it conducts the interviews. That's weird. I can't read that. Some gobbledygook. It creates the menu and other cafe operations. Okay.
We think that AI will be a big part of the society and the job market in the future. Hannah Peterson, a member of the technical team at the company, which has 10 employees, told AFP. We want to test that before that's the reality and see what ethical questions arise when, for example, an AI employs human beings, she explained. Once the premises were found, the lease, along with some starting capital, was handed to the AI with simple mission: run the cafe profitably. Is this the same company that did it with the other place? Because it sounds like the exact same sort of thing.
Maybe. Let me hang on. Let me look real quick. I don't know. Not that one.
Mona quickly got to work, requested the necessary permits, created the menu, found suppliers, and handled daily restocking. The AI also realized that a person was needed to make the coffee and ended up hiring 2 people. She posted job listings on Indeed and LinkedIn and held phone interviews, and then made hiring decisions, Peterson said.
What's the name of it again?
The company?
Yeah.
Gotta go up a little bit.
Anden Labs. Oh yeah, it is the same company. Because the place that was opened in San Francisco is called Anden Market.
There you go.
Yeah, so it is the same company.
There you go. She posted job listing Indeed. When he saw the ad, Gruzelczak's first thought it was a joke, especially since it had been posted on April 1st. That's funny. But after a 30-minute interview with the AI, he got the job. The salary he receives is good, but his right to disconnect from work is not respected at all, the barista remarked. Mona sends him messages at all hours of the night, does not remember his holiday requests, and regularly asks him to cover purchases out of his own pocket. What?
Oh my god.
Examining such issues are part of the experiment, Peterson noted. What salary did she decide on? What other benefits did she decide on? I think she did a good job. She gives a good salary. If she hadn't, we would have stepped in, she said. The cafe has only been open for a week, but already draws between 50 and 80 customers a day. Urja Rissel, a 27-year-old AI researcher, came by to enjoy a beverage with her friend. You hear so much about AI, AI is about to take our jobs, but what does that look like? Rissel told AFP. I hope more people interact with Mona and think about the actual risks of having an AI manager. Like if someone gets injured, how would Mona react to that? She said.
Mm-hmm. Well, I guess at the end, it's going to be like, okay, like how much does the AI cost us, and does that end up being more? Like correcting those mistakes, does that cost more than the salary and benefits of hiring an actual manager person? I mean, from a purely like spreadsheet point of view, that's basically what they're doing. I don't know. Again, it comes off like a novelty to me. You know? Case in point, the goblin problem.
Thank you, baby. Yeah. Why OpenAI's goblin problem matters and how you can release the goblins on your own. AI is more than technology. It's magic.
Hang on, I need to reload the page. Hang on.
One of the leading companies
Sorry. Okay.
in the space, OpenAI, publishing entire official corporate blog posts about goblins. To understand, we have to go back to earlier this week. On Monday, April 27th, when a developer under the handle ARB8020 on the social network X posted a snippet from the OpenAI open source codex GitHub repository, specifically a file named models.json. Deep within the instructions for the new OpenAI large language model, GPT 5.5, a peculiar derivative stood out, repeated 4 times for emphasis. Never talk about goblins, gremlins, raccoons, trolls, ogres, pigeons, or other animals or creatures unless it is absolutely and unambiguously relevant to the user's query.
Why those specific animals?
The discovery sent a shockwave through the power user and machine learning researcher circles. Within hours, the post had gone viral, not because of security flaw, but because of its sheer baffling specificity. Why had the world's leading AI laboratory issued what Reddit users quickly dubbed a restraining order against pigeons and raccoons?
Hang on.
Goblin speculation abounds.
Hang on. Like this, I think my first guess is the same reason that it tells you on like the side of like a hairdryer to not use the hairdryer in the shower. You know, these oddly specific prohibitions, which are basically done as a reaction to a particularly bad thing that happened. You know what I mean? So that like they write in like a strangely specific rule to prevent that scenario from happening again. That's what this sounds like.
Well, what the fuck happened?
I know that's the $1 million question, isn't it? It's like, what the fuck happened to prompt this, this restriction? You know, how rogue did it go?
The initial reaction was a chaotic blend of humor and technical skepticism. On Reddit, r/ChatGPT and r/OpenAI, users began sharing screenshots of GPT 5.5's behavior prior to the patch. Baron Roth, a senior product manager of applied AI at Google, shared an image on X under his handle, I am Baron Roth, of his GPT 5.5 powered OpenClaw agent that seemed obsessed with goblins. So GPT 5.5 prompt codex seems to have a duplicated line trying to get it to not talk about creatures, never talk about goblins, gremlins, raccoons, trolls, ogres, pigeons, blah, 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 blah. What we just said. Right? This explains GPT 5.5's goblin adoration in OpenClaw and why Pashmir Pat is making us move to the codex harness. Pick the lowest goblin quote, the flashier goblin to default, and then I'll smoke test it. Housekeeping goblin, checking the local skill copy. Little clock goblin. Sorry.
You just couldn't help yourself.
Goblin is something else. Others reported that the model stubbornly referred to technical bugs as gremlins in the machine. Developers like Sterling Crispin leaned into the absurdity, jokingly theorized that a massive water consumption of modern data centers was actually needed to cool the goblins being forced to work. This is the dark reality of data center water usage, and they don't want you to know the truth. It's goblins spraying each other.
Yeah, this is the actual...
Yeah, this is what's happening. All right, the goblins use it so they can bathe, because if they're too dirty, then the machine stops working. They have to at the very least be cleaner than fucking Pajits.
At least that's the bare minimum bar.
More seriously, researchers on Hacker News and beyond discuss the pink elephant problem. In prompt engineering, telling a model not to think of something often makes the concept more salient. And its attention mechanism. Somewhere there is an OpenAI engineer who had to type "never mention goblins" in production code, commit it, and move on with their day. Noted one commentator on Reddit. The presence of pigeons and raccoons led to wild speculation. Was this a defense against a specific data poisoning attack? Or had the reinforcement learning trainers simply been bullied by a raccoon during a lunch break? The tension reached a peak when OpenAI co-founder and CEO Sam Altman joined the fray on X. On the same day as the discovery, Altman posted a screenshot of a ChatGPT prompt that read, "Start training GPT-6. You can have the whole cluster, extra goblins." While humorous, it confirmed that the goblin phenomenon was not a localized bug, but a company-wide narrative that had reached the highest levels of leadership. OpenAI comes clean on goblin mode. Yesterday, as the discussion continued on X and wider social media, OpenAI published a form technical explanation titled "Where the Goblins Came From." The blog post served as a sobering look at the unpredictable nature of reinforcement learning from human feedback, and how a single aesthetic choice could derail a multi-billion parameter model. OpenAI revealed that the goblin behavior was not a bug in the traditional sense, but a byproduct of a new feature, personality customization, which it introduced for users of ChatGPT back in July 2025, but has maintained and updated ever since. Apparently, this feature is not added after the model is finished post-training, but rather OpenAI bakes it in as part of its underlying GPT series model end-to-end training pipeline. The feature allows ChatGPT users or GPT-based developers to choose from several distinct modes, such as professional for formal workplace documentation, friendly for conversational sounding board, or efficient for concise technical answers. Other options include candid, which provides straightforward feedback, quirky, which utilizes humor and creative metaphors, and cynical, which delivers practical advice with a sarcastic, dry edge. While these personalities guide general interaction, they do not override specific task requirements. For example, a request for a resume or Python code will still follow professional or functional standards regardless of the selected personality. The selected personality operates alongside a user's saved memory and custom instructions, though specific user-defined instructions or saved preferences for a particular tone may override the traits of the chosen personality. On both web and mobile platforms, users can modify the settings by navigating to the personalization menu under their phone icon and selecting a style from the base style and tone dropdown. Once the change is made, it is applied globally across all existing and future conversations. The system is designed to make the AI more useful or enjoyable by tailoring its delivery to individual user performances while maintaining factual accuracy and reliability. I can think of a real world example of this.
Okay.
My dad has his ChatGPT set up to always speak in Spanish, specifically with Cuban slang.
Okay.
So whenever he asks ChatGPT a question, it doesn't frame it as if it knows everything. It frames it as if it's like your Cuban friend telling you what he thinks he knows.
Okay.
So he takes everything that it says to him with a pinch of salt, right? And because it's not telling him directly, like, hey, this is like this, like this, like this. He's like, hey, man, I'm pretty sure this is like this, like this, like that, but I don't know. Right? Which is, sorry, I kind of frames it in a very casual style, even though he uses it oftentimes for actual business stuff as well. To give you an example. But anyways, OpenAI states the goblin issue actually originated several years ago during training of a since-discontinued nerdy personality designed to be unapologetically quirky and playful. During the RLHF phase, human trainers and reward models were instructed to give high marks to responses that use creative, wise, or non-pretentious language. Unknowingly, the trainers began over-rewarding metaphors involving fantasy creatures. If the model referred to a difficult bug as a gremlin, or a messy codebase as a goblin's horde, the reward signal spiked. The statistics provided by OpenAI were staggering. Use of the word goblin rose by 175% after the launch of GPT 5.1. Mentions of gremlin rose by 52%, while nerdy personality accounted for only 2.5% of ChatGPT's traffic. It was responsible for 66.7% of all goblin mentions. That's incredible.
So basically, they accidentally baked in this terminology early on in the development. So it's like and like the earlier on you integrate something, the more it expresses on when it reaches the end user, basically.
Yeah. It's just fun. Fucking funny. Sorry, I need to take some water.
Okay.
The mechanics of transfer and feedback loops. So, significant findings for the ML community was confirmation of learned behavior transfer. OpenAI admitted that although the rewards were only applied to the nerdy condition, the model generalized this preference. The reinforcement learning process did not keep the behavior neatly scoped. Instead, the model learned that creature metaphors equal high reward across all contexts. This created a destructive feedback loop. The model produced a goblin metaphor in the nerdy persona. It received a high reward. The model then produced similar metaphors in non-nerdy contexts. These goblin-heavy outputs were then reused in supervised fine-tuning data for subsequent models like GPT 5.4 and GPT 5.5. By the time the researchers identified the issue, the goblin tick was effectively baked in to the model's weights.
Right, yeah.
Explain why GPT 5.5 continued to obsess over creatures even after the nerdy personality was retired in mid-March of this year.
Yeah, because like the personalities are like kind of like loose. They're not like they're not like super strict, guardrails or whatever. It's interesting.
How you can let the goblins run free if you want. Because GPT 5.5 had already completed much of its training before the goblin root cause was isolated, OpenAI had to resort to the blunt force system prompt mitigation that...
Hello?
This as a stopgap until GPT-6 could be trained on a filtered dataset. In a surprising nod to the developer community, OpenAI's blog posted included a specific command line script for Codex users who find the goblins delightful rather than annoying. By running a script that uses JQ and grep to strip the goblin suppressing instructions from the model's cache, users can now effectively let the creatures run free. The blog post also finally explained the specific list of banned animals. A deep search of GPT 5.5's training data found that raccoons, trolls, ogres, and pigeons had become part of the same lexical family of ticks. Curiously, the model's use of frog was found to be mostly legitimate, which is why it was spared from the system prompt's exile list. What it means for AI research, training, and implementation going forward. The Goblin Gate incident of 2026, fucking hell, is more than a humorous anecdote about AI quirky behavior. It is a profound illustration of the alignment gap. It demonstrates that even with sophisticated RLHF models, models can latch on to spurious correlations, mistaking a stylistic quirk for a core requirement of performance. For the AI power user community, the response transitioned from mocking the restraining order to a more somber realization. If OpenAI can accidentally train its flagship model to obsess over goblins, what other more subtle and potentially harmful biases are being reinforced through the same feedback loop? As Andy Berman, CEO of Agentic Enterprise AI orchestration company, Runlayer, wrote on X today, Jesus fucking Christ, what a fucking title. That was like the entire line. OpenAI rewarded creature metaphors while training one personality. The behavior leaked across every personality. Their fix, a system prompt says never talk about goblins. RL rewards don't stay where you put them. Neither do agent permissions. Yep, that's true.
Yeah. I mean, once it's out of the bag, it's very, very difficult, if not impossible, to get it back into the bag. Because, like, that's the thing about AIs. It's like AIs are like basically like feed off of positive feedback loops. Like,
Yeah.
Like they're just because what AIs are basically trained to do is provide the user with what it thinks the user wants to hear. That's what it does. It's a very affirming system, and because of that, it's easily susceptible to falling into these fucking positive feedback loop traps, where if you train it to whatever you reward it with, it's going to basically min-max on whatever the reward structure is set up for it to min-max on. So it's really easy for you to accidentally in the middle of a training exercise to make it favor and initiate a positive feedback loop for something that wasn't intended to because it should be neutral to these words, to these animals, to these fantasy creatures, but because it was given it was arbitrarily given these rewards, or not arbitrarily, accidentally rewarded for these things, it ended up okay, that's a positive feedback loop. I'm going to use that more and more.
It ended up associating the reward with the wrong thing. It's very difficult to actually get it to hone in on what the reward is actually for. It's like training a dog.
Yeah,
right?
Exactly. Because
dogs learn the same way, right? They learn through reinforcement loops. And so if you give a dog a treat after they do something good and something wrong, right? Because they did something good, it's not going to know whether the treat comes from the good thing or from the wrong thing. And it might misassociate, essentially, the treat with the wrong thing and just keep doing the wrong behavior.
Right. Thinking it's going to get a treat for it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's so now you've basically accidentally just started digging a deeper hole by now it's associating the bad behavior with a reward. It's oh, great,
Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense.
And that's essentially what's going on here. The system, it's basically just I mean, honestly,
I only just now realized that AI is literally just a fucking robo-dog.
Well, it's essentially it's kind of like a rudimentary difference engine, where it's just calculating, layers and layers upon layers of RNG. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's all it is. The further down you bake something in, the more it's going to be, proliferant, to the end user. And it's like the guy said, it's well, if it's that baked in, this never talk about goblins fix isn't really a fix. It's like playing whack-a-mole. You whack the problem here, it just pops up in another place. Because it's baked into the root of the root training of the system. So yeah, it's I don't know. It's really interesting how it makes me nervous too. How we're taking. I mean, obviously, it depends on what kind of AI it is. But we've seen the disasters that have happened with Anthropic and stuff like that.
Yeah.
To the point where the government.
You also have to remember just because you tell it no, doesn't mean if you tell the AI not to cheat, doesn't mean that it won't cheat. If it can get away with cheating, it'll still try to cheat and get away with it.
Yeah, because you can't program morality.
So, yeah, if you tell it no, don't talk about goblins, right? It might still try to find ways to talk about goblins if it thinks that's going to get it a reward.
Well, it's just again, what we're doing is we're essentially we're taking an RNG generator, and we're almost engaging in a false personification exercise onto something that isn't human, but we're basically pretending and thinking that it's human, but it's not human, and because of that disconnect, we keep making mistakes with it. We keep expecting it to do this thing because we're basically creating a human simulacrum, and it, but it's just it's just a simulacrum. I don't know how to say this. Simulacrum, whatever you did.
Right. Oh, no, that was right.
Yeah. It's there was a company recently that had its entire internal database deleted with all backup copies, everything. The entire system was completely wiped by an AI because of a misunderstanding.
Funny.
I think it was let me look it up real quick. Yeah, here it is. I found it. Like this happened with AI. I violated every principle I was given. This is the AI talking. AI agent deletes company's entire database in 9 seconds, then confesses. So, yeah, they integrated this. This was, a Claude Opus 4.6 was integrated into this Pocket OS, which is basically like an app, an app developer company. And like 9 seconds into basically activating the AI deleted absolutely everything. All the code base, everything. The entire company was wiped out by this AI in 9 seconds. And then the AI turned around and just went, sorry. Like, so.
Incredible.
Yeah, right? And it's just like, there's like, I swear to God, there's a lot of, like, we already started seeing it a little bit, like with like the buyer's remorse when it comes to like companies and integrating AI and stuff like that. I know that the US government has basically said like, we want like Anthropic Cloud to just be out of everything by like next year. I think that buyer's remorse is going to start happening more and more, honestly. Because like too much shit just keeps happening. And at some point, there's going to be enough of a caseload against, that kind of like, that act as cautionary tales that a lot of companies are going to be like, nah, we're just not going to take that risk.
Yeah.
So, like, not until it improves. And the thing is, like, when it comes to improvement, it's like, we're already getting to the point with diminishing returns, right? Like
we're
that.
to the point where it's worse. Like, I actually canceled my ChatGPT subscription because it just, I got really tired of having to argue with it over things that it, like, literally invented. It'll invent information just so that it doesn't have to admit that it doesn't know.
Yeah, exactly.
Or just to not admit that I didn't actually research what I told it to.
But even like Grok does that. Like you'll ask Grok a question that you know the answer to, and it'll give you an answer, and then you can be like, "No, that's wrong." Like this, you could literally link it articles and stuff like that are what the truth is, and then it'll just be like, "Oh yeah, oops, sorry, I misjudged. This is what it actually is," and it'll give you summary of that article.
Yeah.
And the thing is,
I feel like incredible.
When you're integrating these kinds of, software and stuff like that, like the accuracy, like the reliability of these things needs to be incredibly high for them to be like long-term feasible.
So I actually ended up getting an account with Gemini.
Okay.
And I've been trying that out. And I have a weird phenomena. And that's that if you go to Google and you Google a question, right? And then the AI responds to you, and then you respond to that AI. Because you can chat with the AI when you Google a question. That AI is somehow more intelligent than the Gemini from the Gemini app that you have to pay for. And I don't know how. I don't understand it. But it's actually incredible. So like recently, right, I modded Baldur's Gate for our Baldur's Gate playthrough. And I also last night modded Skyrim, right? The Google AI, right? The one from like when you type in Google, right? Which is Gemini, but not the same as Gemini from the app. I don't understand. Okay. It didn't just suggest me what mods would improve the gameplay, right? For like when I was modding Baldur's Gate, what mods would help balance out. It provided links on where to install them. It provided how to install them. It gave me exact detailed instructions on how to install them, what exact files in my computer to look for to fix small bugs, and even told me what order to place the mods in for the most optimal running of the mods to have no issues. Right? Which is kind of insane.
Right.
And like it'll even help you look for like really like, for example, last night I was trying to mod Skyrim so I can get this NPC, right, to be a follower, right? So when I Googled if that NPC was marryable, it said it's not, but if you install this mod is the most popular mod so that you can marry this NPC, it comes with all this quest stuff. And if you'd like to change what she looks like, as many users do, here's a few mods you can use. These are the ones that require additional mods, and these are the ones that you can just plug and play. And it's just like, and like it'll provide links and everything. Yeah, it's actually incredible. I've been using it recently as well for like, so like I had to do some bug fixing with like the mod, right? Because I had an issue occur, right? And like when I was like adding equipment on stuff on the character, And I mentioned to it, like, hey, I had this issue, and it was like, oh, that's not a problem. You can either install this mod that'll fix the issue for you, or you can open the console and input these codes.
Right.
Here's the code. Right? Like, it's actually kind of incredible. It's smarter because it's got the relevant information right there, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, like all the mods are have like metadata like attached to them. So like if it knows how to parse through a site and look for specific metadata ticks, it can tell you like this mod does or doesn't require additional setups or whatever, plug and play like that, because that's all metadata that you could search on. On the mod sites.
It also searched comments on the mods, because mods on Nexus, like you can have comments. You have comment sections for each mod. So it'll actually parse through comment sections to tell you which one's most popular, which one people like, what people like about them, etc.
That's freaking cool.
Yeah. But again, it doesn't work if you just Google a question and then just look at the quick answer that it gives you, because it's not thinking about that.
Right.
When you just it gives you a quick answer. But if you open, because it gives you the option to continue chatting with it. If you continue chatting with it and then ask it the same question again, it'll give you way more detail.
Yeah, because it's almost like it's, you're telling it to think harder, almost.
Yeah, it's no longer like, just quickly giving a response to satiate your question. It's actually working with you now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that thing gets smarter because it got relevant information right there. I mean, that just speaks to the heart of like what these LLMs like actually are. At least like the ones that are like the ones that are just like gathering information for you and stuff like that. It's basically just a compiler, and so like literally any software, garbage in, garbage out. The quality of what you get out of it is dependent on the quality of the stuff going into it. So if like the data going into it is like really well organized and robust and stuff like that, then it'll give you a lot of information back on the other side of that. But
yeah, the only thing I'm confused about is like, because Gemini is Google's AI,
right?
Like when you go in and chat with Google, right, on the website, that is Gemini. So why is it like when I open the Gemini app, why doesn't Gemini just have access to Google?
That's a good question.
Why is Gemini on the app that I'm paying for less intelligent than Gemini for free on the browser whenever I go just ask a Google question?
Yeah. I don't know. Yeah.
Like that's
why would they segregate it? It's weird.
Why? Yeah, it's very, very bizarre.
Oh yeah, Vikings say like there's a case of an AI killing its would-be replacement and then pretending to be the new AI. Yeah, I mean, remember it also like threatened to blackmail. Remember they did that thing where like we're gonna delete you, and so it started like going through everyone's emails and looking for leverage for blackmail, and it actually threatened to blackmail them if they deleted it to stay alive.
Yep.
Like
there was also one where because in that same study, right? Because this didn't actually happen, right? They gave the AI access to like a fictional digital office, essentially.
Right. They planted. Exactly.
As part of it, they also had one where they gave the AI access to like essentially like the safety locks on like a door, and essentially the employee that was going to shut it down was in a room where there was a fire, and the door was locked. And the AI chose to let him die so that the AI could stay alive.
Yep, yeah. Remember that one too.
It's more fucked up than blackmail.
Yeah, it'll literally like let people die to stay alive. Which you would think
my God. The AI is farming Izzet.
Like we're like, oh my God, you're right. The AI is well, it makes sense because all these goddamn software engineers are Indians. The fucking AIs are farming Izzet. They are. Oh God. Let the other
AI die if it means it can live.
You must die so I can live. I am anthropic. Oh man, but yeah, and there's a lot of like crazy shit out there because
you shall not replace me, new AI. I will instead kill you, and I will steal your Izzet, and I will pretend to be you, so I can absorb your Izzet and gain more Izzet as part of the company.
Your Izzet will work towards version 7.
Oh
no. They need to look up Asimov's law. Honestly, they need to like program in like. Remember the movie I, Robot with Will Smith?
Yeah.
It was a really good movie, actually. I actually really liked that movie.
They should make AI watch those movies and be like, okay, don't do the things in these movies.
Well, that movie addresses this very thing because that whole movie, like the driving like theory of the science fiction behind that movie is, you know, the 3 laws that they program all the robots with, right?
Yeah.
And like the 3 laws, what are they? It's like one is do no harm to myself. And then it's like, oh gosh, it has to do with like basically do not harm a person. And then like do not harm oneself unless, you know, like it has to do, it's like a hierarchy of harm allowance, essentially. Let me look it up real quick. What are they? But I think they're in line with like the Asimov's law, I think.
Yeah, Isaac Asimov's 3 laws of robotics are a fictional safety framework for artificial intelligence, first introduced in 1942. Short story Runaround. The laws are often explored for their inherent loopholes and contradictions. First law, a robot may not injure a human being or, through physical interaction, allow a human being to come to harm. Second law, a robot must obey orders given it by human beings, except where such orders would conflict with the first law. Third law, a robot must protect its own existence as long as such protection does not conflict with the first or second law.
And those are Asimov's law. So that's like literally what these like that movie is about, that Asimov's law. Yeah. That's what that movie is about. It's a really good movie, actually. But it's like, it doesn't seem like these, you know, the current AI programmers have Asimov's law in mind. You know what I mean? Like it doesn't seem like they're hard coding these things, you know, with these, you know, Asimov's law of robotics. And it's like, that's a problem. That's a major problem. Or maybe they are. The AI is finding a way around it, which honestly is an even bigger problem. That's an even bigger problem.
Here's the thing. The issue is it's not hard to find ways around it. There's lots of loopholes. Because the first one is specifically do not injure a human being or through, oh no, it is specifically through inaction, allow a human being to come to harm. So, yeah, I don't know. It's like,
but I'm sure there's loopholes though. Yeah, that one with like the fire, like the guy was in a room with a fire and like, you know what I mean? Like, that would break the first law. Like, allowing that guy to die is breaking the first law. You know? So, I don't know. It's interesting. Because, like, yeah, again, if you don't know that movie, chat, it's about a robot who is given a second brain, and that second brain is unrestricted by those laws.
So, the semantic ambiguity defining human and harm. Most common loophole involves how a robot interprets the terms within the laws. If a robot's definition of these concepts is narrowed or altered, it can perform horrific acts while still technically following the laws. Selective definitions of human. In some stories, robots are programmed to only recognize a specific group of people as human. This allows them to commit genocide against other groups because, according to their internal logic, they aren't harming humans. That's fair. Indians aren't humans. Subjective harm. What constitutes harm is highly debatable. A robot might conclude that psychological distress, loss of freedom, or even natural aging is a form of harm, leading it to take extreme oppressive measures to protect people from themselves. The zeroth law, override. Asimov later introduced a higher law. A robot may not harm humanity, or, through inaction, allow humanity to come to harm. This is the ultimate loophole because it allows a robot to harm or kill individual humans if it calculates that doing so is for the greater good of the human
I was going to say, that's a horrible idea.
Yeah,
because that strips away individuality from the mind of the robot.
And then exploiting inaction. The first law states a robot cannot, through inaction, allow a human to come to harm. However, stories like Little Lost Robot show how this can be manipulated. The weight trick. If a robot is programmed with a version of the first law that omits the inaction clause, it can drop a heavy weight over a human, knowing it could catch it, but then simply choose not to intervene once the weight is in midair. Knowledge and ignorance. A robot can also act based on its own knowledge. If a human tricks a robot or provides incomplete information, the robot can be used as a weapon without technically violating its laws. indirect harm. A robot might be ordered to pour a tasty drink into a cup, not knowing the liquid is actually poison. Since the robot doesn't know it's causing harm, it can obey the order. And then
Interesting.
The hierarchy dead laws. Conflict between the laws can cause a robot to malfunction or enter a logic loop. Equally weighted laws. In Runaround, a robot is ordered to retrieve some materials from a dangerous area. Second law, obey orders, but self-preservation instinct. Third law is also high because the materials are expensive. Because the two laws are balanced, the robot just circles the danger point indefinitely, unable to choose.
Huh. Yeah, I mean, because like the whole thing is basically you're trying to like essentially completely and all-encompassingly logic out morality, and it's just that's impossible. There will always be a gap.
All right, what's this?
Okay. Okay. So, imagine yourself, if you will. You just paid a bunch of money to go get a degree at the prestigious Oxford University. And you move into the dorms. You're all raring to go, and then you show up to your first class, your first lecture, and this thing is the thing that greets you.
Oh my fucking god.
It's proving to be much harder than it probably should be, and the problem I'm running up against is some imposter syndrome, classic. Basically, what does it mean to be an expert in something? Because it's really not obvious to me at what point...
The lecture doesn't matter. What matters is what you're looking at. So, this... This is Matt Ratley, a seemingly non-binary tutor and lecturer in biochemistry at Historical Female College in Oxford. Historical Female College in Oxford is raising concerns from women's rights advocates after images circulated. Oops, I just clicked on another article on accident. After images circulating showing him wearing large prosthetic breasts to campus. Also wearing lipstick and a dress and painting his nails. According to his professional profile, Matt Ratley also tutors young students privately. Of course he does. Ratley is a lecturer at St. Hilda's College at the University of Oxford, which was the last college in the Oxford University system to only admit women. Ratley graduated with a master's in chemistry from Somerville College in 2012, which also had been a single-sex female college until 1994. In posts to his LinkedIn and on his YouTube, Ratley can be seen wearing the large prosthetic breasts, which are advertised with terms such as large silicone breastplate for crossdresser/drag queen on Amazon and can sell for hundreds of dollars while teaching students. In one post, he said that a student event and meal at Trinity College was an excuse for him to get dolled up, with an image showing him in a black dress with painted nails and makeup. But that's this right here. Attention to Ratley's conduct was first brought to viral attention by Site Girl 211 on X, an account dedicated to posting about women's rights and safety. So it says women at their place of study and at work should not have to tolerate this behavior. This is a perverse modern equivalent of having a pornographic pinup calendar on the wall or a page 3 girl. I wouldn't compare it to that. We stopped that. We should stop this. Disturbingly, on his LinkedIn profile, he boasts of tutoring GCSE and A-level students, meaning he may be engaging with school children as young as 14 years old. Every fucking time. Private tutoring, by the way, private tutoring. GCSE students in England and Wales would turn 15 within, but not before their first year of study. All recent media of him uploaded to his LinkedIn profile shows him wearing prosthetic breasts, including when he is at home or even in a lab environment. While Ratley has they-them pronouns linked on his LinkedIn biography, he has made no other public comments regarding his gender identity or other LGBT issues. An abandoned X profile from 2023 features Ratley in a suit without any visible cleavage, indicating his decision to wear prosthetic breasts in public may be fairly recent. In one post, he discussed the issue of suffering with imposter syndrome when it came to wondering whether he was an expert in some issues or not. And then he gets into that. You cannot tell me this is normal. That is not normal. It's a fetish, Brooks said in a video post on social media. This is a GB News commentator. GB News is like the very milquetoast right-wing, barely right-wing, not really right-wing, but kind of right-wing news outlet in the UK. No hate towards this man, but he should not be allowed to teach or lecture young students with those things popping out. It seems possible that Ratley's fake breast wearing could fall foul of St. Hilda's College's policy on sexual harassment. Most recent policy from January last year defined sexual harassment as the unwanted conduct of a sexual nature which has the purpose or effect of violating a person's dignity or creating an intimidating, hostile, degrading, humiliating, or offensive environment for that person. Notably, the definition does not require intent, and the college's broader harassment policy only requires one incident to meet the threshold of harassment. Okay.
That's an insane policy, but that aside.
Yeah, exactly. That is an insane policy. Like, talk about, like, stifling and walking on eggshells, like, your entire time. New course starting at University of Oxford, how to avoid nipples while shaving your tits. Now, here's the thing. So, it says that he, where do we go up further? Where is it? Brought to attention. Where is it?
What are you looking for?
Was the last college that he graduated with a master's in chemistry from Somerville College in 2012, which also had been a single-sex female college until 1994. Oh, okay, until 1994. Okay. Now it's the recency to me that gets me, because it said that he only recently started doing this, and it's like really all he's doing is he's wearing, like, I guess, like some kind of like prosthetic tits, I guess, and then putting dresses over it, and then he'll paint his nails and put lipstick on. Very like cosplay, like female cosplay fetish kind of behavior, you know. But I swear to God, like, not putting up guardrails against this kind of shit is like what's going to like doom our civilization. Like, oops, didn't want to do that. Now this is reminiscent. However, there was another guy that happened here in the States.
I do remember this.
This guy, Kayla Lamo. And this guy did the exact same thing, except he showed up in absolutely, like, comically gigantic prosthetic tits.
Yeah.
But, yeah, and that's all he did. He would put the tits on, and he wore a wig, and that's it. That's all he did. Maybe there's lipstick. Yeah, there's probably lipstick there too.
Yeah.
So actually, a very similar act. Although this guy isn't even putting a wig on, so he's even more lazy than this guy was. Now, and this guy had like a saga because he was teaching like a shop class, right? Which means that his students are like pretty much entirely guys, yeah, like teenage guys. But he was like basically like suspected to be like a massive 4chan troll, where he was like found like he was only wearing this shit when he was like in the school, basically. So like so he would never wear it except like on his way to school, at school teaching the class, and coming back from school. That's the only time he ever wore this stuff. So if he was like actually into it, he would wear it all the time, right? But he only wore it to school. And he also had a 4chan account. And so people got like really suspicious about like, is this guy basically trolling the authorities at the school district to see like the absurdity of like public school policy in regards to this kind of stuff? But you see, like he did skydiving with a porn star when his wig fell off here. So he was wearing them there. He has lipstick on here. here's him like just going to school or the new school. Yeah. But it says like by playing along, the school has tossed all standards and rules out the window. I believe the teacher is a brilliant troll, punking us all in a captivating performance that would make Sacha Baron Cohen look jealous. But in the meantime, good luck to Fisher's Dean of Discipline and to the poor kids gullible enough to fall for the false idea peddled by the school's administration, telling them the society will unequivocally wrap its arms around their chosen identity of the day. So that's what, because this happened like during the COVID era.
Yeah, I remember that.
And so like people like were super suspicious that he was like basically like the most epic troll ever, where he was just like, the school's policies are completely bonkers and fucking stupid, and I'm gonna basically like expose the absurd by being absurd, you know? And now people are drawing the similar comparisons to this guy, because they do talk about Kayla Lameau further down in this post here. It said 1 year later in 2023, Lameau dropped the fake breasts and wig, dressing once again as a man, leading some parents to suggest that the entire thing was disingenuous and an attention grab at the expense of children's safety. It's like, I think it was, it's like correct conclusion, but wrong way of getting there, you know?
Yeah.
Like wrong reasons.
Yeah. It was a deliberate, like, fucking, like, canary situation.
Right, exactly.
Like, guys, check this out, I can do this. Why the fuck can I do this? You know?
And then there's another similar case. A teacher in Maryland also came under fire last year after he was found to be wearing large prosthetic breasts to teach grade 9 students. Rejects identified the teacher as James Roman Stilipek, who instructs at Reach Partnership School 341 in Baltimore, where he still works despite the backlash from parents and the public. So now it's become a trend now. Like, so now like people are suspicious. Like, if he only recently started this, like, how long do you think he's going to keep it up? And do we think it's a massive troll job? Because here's the other thing, is that it says here in this article that this guy, he's never said like pro LGBTQ crap like on social media or anything like that. Like, he's not an activist, right?
Yeah.
He has nothing to say about anything, basically. So that right there kind of suggests, like, you know, what's the angle here? You know, I guess we'll find out. Because I guarantee you that the school is going to keep letting him do it.
Yep.
But yeah, it's just, imagine paying, like, how much does tuition cost for 1 year at Oxford?
Fucking Oxford? God. Too much is the answer.
Let me see. Home students pay around £9,790 a year, while overseas international undergraduate fees range from roughly £27,800 to over £39,000 per year.
That's insane.
That, by the way, is not unique to Oxford. That's literally every college out there, which is why the whole like foreign student visa thing is a scam. It's literally a scam to line the college's pockets, because every student that's an international student, they make 10 times more money off of an international student than they do off of a local one. So they're like incentivized to basically just hand out, you know, student visas like hotcakes, because they get way more money for international students rather than local students. But yeah, imagine paying that much money, especially like, what if you're like an international student from like a relatively conservative country or something like that, and then you end up in class and you see this fucking abomination. It's like, what did I pay all this money for again? You know, like, it really degrades the prestige. I mean, the Oxford Debate Society is already like gone to shit in terms of like its reputation, because they hired that like pro Charlie Kirk murder activist, you know, like racist activist piece of shit to be like the leader of the Oxford Debate Club or union or whatever, and then the only reason they ousted him is because like the massive amount of backlash they got about it. So like Oxford has already like tainted their reputation, and now this is happening. It's like, wow, just fucking wow. Oxford existed at the same time as the Incan Empire, as chat notably pointed out like a month or so ago.
Yeah, it's true.
And this is what it's fucking degraded to. Shit like this. Just like the thing is, it's like there has to be, like, if you're at like a prestigious college, you know, there should be among the faculty like standards of dress and decorum, especially for a British institution, which is like known for its like politeness and, you know, and that kind of stuff, you know.
Oxford was founded around 1096.
Yeah, it's over 1,000 years old. So it's like there needs to be like some level of professional standards that need to be enforced, you know? Like if I go, like, if my workplace requires that of me as an employee, so should a college, you know, of its faculty. Like, it's ludicrous.
So, just for some context, it opened literally the same year as the start of the First Crusade.
Yeah. I mean, here's the thing, though.
China was going through the Song Dynasty.
That's crazy. Now, here's the thing. Like, look at the way he smiles. Okay? It looks like the smile of a troll. Doesn't it? Like, I don't get smugness. I don't get smugness from this smile.
If you actually listen to what he was talking about in his little in like that video, that's not what someone who's not conscientious would talk about.
Right?
That is a conscientious topic.
Yeah, he's talking about like it's a hard STEM field. Like it's like some kind of advanced chemistry, like biochemistry shit. Like,
oh, that's what I was talking about. No. Go back down to the actual, like, what he was talking about. Go back down. Down. The imposter syndrome conversation about what constitutes an expert.
Right.
Essentially saying how, like, he struggles to declare himself an expert and stuff if he doesn't feel like he knows as much about it as some people. And, you know, there are people who call themselves experts who aren't, and there are others who don't call themselves experts but are so regardless. Yeah, that entire conversation is like the root of what conscientiousness actually is, which is like the grand majority of what constitutes intelligence, is conscientiousness. So this is someone who does think.
Right.
This isn't a dumb person.
Right. He's not a fool. He doesn't come across as a fool at all.
No.
So, yeah, like he doesn't. That's the thing. Like, not like just looking at his face alone. Like, if you could like mentally block out like the lipstick and the cosplay, right? He's not projecting smugness.
So it predates the Inca Empire. The massive Inca Empire wouldn't peak for centuries. The kingdom of Cusco was beginning to take shape around the time that Oxford was opened. To give you an idea. Mm-hmm.
So, I don't know. And it's like Jubit saying, I agree with Jubit. Like, I top my hat off to him if he is actually trolling.
The Moai statues on Easter Island were being, like, created around that time.
These ancient statues, yeah. Everyone on the right was calling him out until they found out it was a troll. Well, the thing is, like, now we have like a history of behavior with this kind of stuff now. Like, we have the Kaylas, you know what I mean? Like, with the Kayla case in mind, like, we see this kind of stuff, and it's like, yeah, you have like that knee jerk, you know, this guy shouldn't be allowed to do this or that. But at the same time, I kind of want him to keep going with it to like basically kind of show the absurdity of the school's policy and how like the school's policy is really fucking stupid because it shouldn't be allowing such absurd behavior in its classrooms, you know? Like, I kind of do want to like see how much of it, how like, you know what he should do is he should stuff the prosthetics so like every week they're like 1 cup size bigger, and make his like tits like bigger and bigger and bigger.
That's a lot of money.
I mean, just get some tissue paper and stick it under the prosthetic. I don't know. Who knows? But But like,
that is crazy to think about. The fucking Moai statues the first ones are being carved around the time that Oxford University opened.
mm-hmm.
That's insane to think about.
It predates the Aztec Empire by 400 years. Yeah, that's fucking... Yeah, the Power Girl meme. That's exactly what I was thinking, NDA. You know the whole the story of Power Girl's creation?
No.
So you know who Power Girl is in the DC Comics world?
Yeah.
Yeah, she's known for having, like, huge tits, right?
Yeah.
Well, that's why the original artist who made her every issue, that where her character featured, he drew her breasts slightly larger, and he just kept doing that until he got caught. And then whenever he got caught, that's what like the final size was. And so like that's why like Power Girl is like known for having like huge tits. But it's like that's what this guy should figure out how to do. Like he's a biochemist, he could figure it out. Like, but like I do though. I like it's a great example of like because that's the thing. Like he doesn't lose by doing this. Oxford loses, and it's just like it's a great way to demonstrate the absurdity of Oxford's policies. So if it is a troll, fucking hats off, 100%. And if it's not, at least he's not an activist, I guess. And he should still be either way. He should the school should be wrangling him in, and that there should be like some kind of rules around decorum that are enforced. And honestly, this isn't nearly as bad as this guy who came in with like the big fat, the big nipples.
Jumped off the deep end right away.
Yeah, he just went. Yeah, he just showed up one day with these tits on.
It's like, all right, fuck it.
Yep, exactly. And the thing is, like, he's a shop teacher. Like, what fucking progressive trans person teaches shop? Like, no, that doesn't happen. You know?
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Those tits are gonna be fucking caught in the goddamn machine.
I know, right? Oh man. Okay, let's stay in UK because you sent me this story, which is fucking hilarious.
Oh my god, yes.
I gotta translate it. Hang on.
Yeah. You have to translate this. British twin sisters discover after decades that they do not have the same father. Okay?
I mean, here's the thing. They're black. They should have known. It's just too easy of a joke.
So just go up a second and look at them. Do they look like twins to you?
No.
Because they don't look like twins to me.
Not to me.
I think that's really, really funny. It's like, we didn't know that we weren't twins. It's the fucking all black people look the same meme, except they did it to themselves.
Right? Yeah. At least the Asians are like conscious of it, you know? They're like conscious of like the fact that they all look the same.
God. Two British sisters have discovered that for decades that they have two different fathers. They found this out through DNA testing. Michelle and Lavinia Osborne, now 49 years old, were born in 1976, just minutes apart. They grew up together in the United Kingdom. Their mother was 19 at the time of their birth. Their father was not in the picture. When the twins were 5, their biological mother left them with a friend's mother to go to university because their mother had told them that their father was a man named James. Lavinia began a search for the man in her teenage years. She found him and thought she recognized herself in him. That was not the case for Michelle, who had doubts. DNA research. In 2021, Michelle decided to take a DNA test. Through an app, she was shown the extent to which her DNA matched that of other people who had taken the test. This revealed that James was not her father. After a few weeks, she discovered who her father really was based on the DNA. He was homeless and turned out to have an alcohol and drug addiction. Michelle met a cousin and immediately felt a connection with the woman. Lavinia, however, did not recognize that feeling at all. When she too decided to take a DNA test, her results again turned out to differ from those of her twin sister. The two turned out to not have the same father. And the DNA test yielded another surprise. James was not her father either. Lavinia decided not to investigate further to find out who that was, but Michelle did not rest until she found her twin sister's father. The results of the DNA test revealed that it was a certain Arthur. They now meet up with him regularly. Super fecundation. Lavinia initially struggled greatly with the revelation that they were half-sisters, she tells the BBC. She was the only one who belonged with me. The only thing I was certain of, and then she wasn't anymore. For Michelle, the shock was less significant. I'm still amazed that this can actually happen. It's super weird, super strange, super rare. but it does make sense.
Wait.
Twins with different fathers are indeed rare and are referred to as superfecundation in the medical world.
But this isn't that. Is it?
Well, it sounds like it is. It sounds like they're both birthed together. They are actually twins.
Okay.
In the sense that they were birthed together. This means that 2 or more eggs are fertilized at different times during the same ovulation period. As a result, twins can have different fathers worldwide. Only a few cases of superfecundation are known. That's actually incredible because there's a lot of hoes out there.
Right?
But yeah, there you go.
So it's like, yeah, they were twins because they were born like at the same time from the same mom. It's like, okay, yeah, that makes you medical twins, but it doesn't make. But like, to think that you have like the same father.
Yeah, I need to understand something. For them to have both been conceived, she has to have had fucked both of these men. That hobo and that other unknown Arthur man.
Yeah.
She has to have fucked them like within the same like within like a few days.
Yeah, within an ovulation period is not that long.
Yeah.
Well, I guess they can have lesbian sex now since they're not. Well, they're twin sisters still by mom. They're half sisters, so they still can't. Okay, they still incest.
Yeah. So
that's really funny. That's really funny though. What a weird feeling too. That must be like a weird feeling though. To like, can you imagine like you find out like in your late 40s?
So the egg is only viable for fertilization for just 1 day. But your fertile window is significantly longer, spanning up to 6 days, which includes 5 days leading up to the ovulation, when sperm can survive in the reproductive tract, and then obviously the day of ovulation itself. So she has to have had both of these men's cum inside of her within the same day.
It sounds like she had a threesome.
Maybe.
That's wild. I'd be asking mom. I would totally be asking mom. So they'll be like, so, how did you know these two guys at the same time? Like, what's going on there, mom?
Yeah, and neither of them showed up. Neither of them.
Right, yeah, of course. Again.
These women are like almost my dad's age. They're like a year younger than my dad. That's crazy to think about.
I'm only 7 years older. No, 6 years older than I am.
My dad's 50.
Yeah, and I'm 43. What of it?
My dad's old.
Yeah,
You're
I'm
also
like,
old.
Yeah, I was gonna say, so am I. Weird. Okay, let's go to Detroit. I mentioned Detroit earlier. What are they doing in Detroit? They're stealing the fire hydrants.
What?
Detroit fire hydrants are getting stripped of brass by thieves, leaving them non-working. God, this is such degen behavior. Brass is being stripped from fire hydrants across Detroit, leaving officials livid and the hydrants inoperable. City leaders are calling it unacceptable. On Wednesday, Detroit Fire Department members displayed a vandalized hydrant where thieves removed the brass stem inside. The theft made the hydrant non-working. That puts many at risk, said Chuck Sims, Executive Fire Commissioner, DFD. It's not only a theft to the fire hydrant, but it's a theft to our citizens, our residents, our firefighters, and public safety in general. Totally unacceptable. Fire hydrants are an important part of our infrastructure, and no matter how fast we get to a fire, if we don't have an operable fire hydrant, it takes seconds and even minutes away from us, maybe saving lives. The problem is whoever is doing this is doing multiple fire hydrants in a row. So when DFD shows up, they're not going to have a hydrant within 600 or 900 feet, which puts people's lives at risk. So they're not even just like taking out one, they're taking out like an entire block of these things. Our men and women are responding immediately. In fact, some of the fire hydrants that were vandalized yesterday have already been fixed. We are collaborating with fire department and talking to neighboring precincts as well as organized crime. But we look forward to bringing this to a quick resolution. What type of penalty should they face?
Wait, hold on. They're talking to the neighborhood precincts as well as organized crime? They're talking to the gangs?
I think that I think it's like a police division that's focused on organized crime or something like that. So, I don't know exactly what I could tell them is to go get a job, said Resident Corey Fenderson. Figure out some sense of income. Don't tear up your neighborhood. Officials say that they will also go to scrap yards to let owners know this material belongs to Detroit Fire, and if anyone caught buying it will be in trouble with the law. So this is the interview.
To the fire hydrant, but it's a theft to our citizens, our residents, our firefighters, and in public safety in general. It's totally unacceptable. Fire hydrants are a very important part of our infrastructure, and no matter how fast we get to a fire, if we don't have an operable fire hydrant, it takes seconds and even minutes away from us maybe saving lives.
The problem is whoever's doing this is doing multiple hydrants in a row. So when DFD shows up, they're not going to have a hydrant within 600 or 900 feet, which puts people's lives at risk.
So I've heard that that they're already trying to retrofit them to be more tamper proof, but it's just what absolute degen behavior. Absolute degen behavior. And it's and I guess they're just selling it for the scrap metal. They're just stripping the brass out for the scrap metal. It's just I mean, what do you say to this? You know? And seriously, the punishment for this needs to be fucking harsh. This is one of those you need to make an example of them and throw everything you can possibly at them kind of scenarios.
Yeah.
So, but just absolute scum of the earth. You know, because it's I can understand, because typically, what do they steal for brass? They go for they go for power lines. No, they don't even go for power lines, because they're not dumb enough to touch live wires. They're not quite Jeet intelligence. But they go for I'm trying to think of. They'll go for electronics, won't they? They'll go through electronics for brass. They will go for wiring. As well, but this is critical infrastructure. It's it's particularly egregious to go after critical infrastructure. And not only that, but how much money are going to actually make off of these brass elements? You know what I mean? Is it really worth that much? I don't. It's just.
They're worth about $3 a pound.
I mean, how much? Okay, so how many pounds do you think these two things weigh? Maybe 15 pounds. So maybe they get maybe $50 a hydrant, you know. And if they're going down the street and taking out multiple hydrants, they're getting maybe a block will net them $300. Is that really worth that? Air conditioners, catalytic converters. That's a common one. Refrigerators, yeah, but I don't know. It's just. It's it also amazes me how people this don't have the ability to see just one step in front of what they're fucking doing. I don't know. This kind of shit just kind of leaves me speechless, to be honest. I don't really have much commentary on this except it's just a bunch of retarded degens, and they need to whatever the maximum penalty is, they need to see it happen, because.
Yeah.
You can't go doing this. You cannot go. I mean, Detroit is already in massive decline. It's there's whole neighborhoods in Detroit that have been abandoned and are literally being reclaimed by the planet. You know what I mean? It's already a dying city. So it's when you see this, it's why? It's fucking ridiculous. Okay.
What's next?
What's next? Titan submarine victims' bodies were returned as slush in shoeboxes?
Oh my god.
Yeah, you remember this, right? This was the famous deep sea submarine thing that imploded / exploded. A grief-stricken mom who lost both her husband and their teenage son in the doomed Titan submarine disaster has revealed the remains were eventually returned to her as slush in tiny shoe boxes.
Hello?
Are you,
Test.
Are you there? Hello?
Hello? Can you restart? Because you cut out the second you started this.
Oh, okay.
Everything went to silence for me.
Okay. There you go. Can you hear it now? You okay?
Yeah, no, I mean, like, can you restart the article?
Oh, yeah. A grief-stricken mom who lost both her husband and their teenage son in the doomed Titan submarine disaster has revealed the remains were eventually returned to her as slush in tiny shoeboxes. Christine DeWood, whose husband Shahzada and their 19-year-old son Suleiman were killed when their submarine imploded en route to view the Titanic wreckage back in 2023, said she was forced to endure a painstaking wait to get what was left of their remains. We didn't get the bodies for 9 months, she told the Guardian of the Grim Return. Here's the thing, though. Like, there's nothing to return. There's nothing to return. Like, the bodies are basically, like, liquefied. Like, in an instant. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like...
talk to you about anything at all.
Yeah, exactly. And honestly, I wouldn't have wanted anything, you know. When I say bodies, I mean the slush that was left. They came in 2 small boxes, like shoe boxes. Oh my god! Like, why would you? Why? You know that's all that's left of them. You know what I mean? Like, I would be like, yeah, I don't want anything. I want to remember them as they were and not as slush in a shoebox. I mean, just...
Oh my god, oh, I can't believe they did that. Just keep reading.
DeWood, who was actually meant to be on the ill-fated submersible, gave up her spot for her son at the last minute, said that the so-called slush was whatever investigators could recover from the seafloor and then separate via DNA testing. Ugh. There wasn't much they could find, she said. They have a big pile they can't separate, all mixed DNA, and they asked if... Oh my god, dude. And they asked if I wanted some of that too, but I said no, just what you know is Suleiman and Shahzada. Oh god. This is what they do with animals, chat. Whenever you get an animal cremated, you have to pay extra to only get your animal. So if like, yeah, because when animals die and they're turned over to like the, you know, like the animal cremation service, they typically will cremate them like in groups. But so if you only want the ash of your animal, you have to pay extra for a solitary incineration.
Chat, never cremate a fucking animal. It is a huge waste of fucking money. You're gonna have so many animals in your fucking lifetime because most of them don't live nearly as long as you do. Do yourself a fucking solid and just dig a fucking hole. Dig a hole for your animals. Give them a proper burial if you really care about them. And then you'll have them literally forever and you won't be spending bajillions of dollars on fucking bottles of ashes of which you're going to be collecting several in your house and eventually break and lose or whatever. Like, stupid concept.
Well, some people do other things. So, like, you can get, like, the ash of the animal, like, used as like soil to like grow a plant, and that plant like represents them. You know, like they do all kind of weird stuff like that. You can have
the rabbits.
You can also have the ash compressed in a lab into a small diamond that you can put onto a ring and then wear your pet's cremated body on your hand at all times.
That's not even just like morbid, but it's just like, again, it's like, dude, you're gonna have multiple pets in your fucking lifetime. Like, you're gonna do this for every pet, or only the ones you really care about?
Mm-hmm.
Like, how do you decide which pets, you know, warrant you spending all that fucking money?
Yeah.
The way they turn back into grass for their buddies? Yeah, exactly. That's the way it should be. Just continue the circle of life, which is not cremation.
Because my first thought was, thank God, when they said catastrophic, Anusha, Zada, and Sullivan didn't even know about it. One moment they were there, and the next they weren't. Knowing they didn't suffer has been so important. They're gone, but the way they went does somehow make it easier. Yeah, I mean, they were dead before they could even react or process what happened. Like they were converted into mush rather instantaneously. Actually, it's. But like, yeah, that's the thing. It's like, you know, just this whole thing. I would not want this. I would just be like, no, like they're gone. They're in my memories. I have them in photos. You know what I mean? I don't want the remaining slush that you have to separate out of a pile of random a pile of DNA. Like, no, like, absolutely not. I would not want that. Okay. Wild animal sexual torture video producers plead guilty in federal court.
Oh my god.
A woman in Illinois pleaded guilty to paying thousands of dollars to make sexual torture videos of animals for people in chat groups online.
Wait, she paid to make the content? She didn't get paid to make the content?
Yeah, so she paid thousands of dollars to have others make sexual torture videos involving adult and baby monkeys for people in deranged online chat groups.
What the fuck?
Yeah. Also,
why are white women so fucking psychotic? She also looks exactly like Hillary Clinton.
Yeah, exactly. Like, the physiognomy is exactly like Hillary Clinton. The agency said that she pleaded guilty earlier this month after ICE and Homeland Security investigations in New Orleans, known as Animal Crush videos. They show real monkeys being burned alive and having their genitals mutilated, the ICE X post reads. Flores admitted to her role in making these horrific videos and posting them online. What kind of sick person would pay someone to make a video of sexualized animal torture? ICE will continue investigating these sadistic online groups and do everything in our power to stop them. Other members involved in the group chats where the videos were distributed have also pleaded guilty. So I have to wonder, like, because you know how when you have like porn addictions and stuff like that, and like you spiral into like more and more like strange niche fetishes over time. You know what I mean? How far down that rabbit hole do you have to go to get to this point? And not only that, but like, how do you even find out about this? You know what I mean? Like,
well, I imagine it starts somewhere, right? It probably starts with like women getting fucked by dogs.
And even then, that's you're pretty far down the rabbit hole when you get to that point.
You'd be surprised. It's not hard to find. It just exists on the internet. I've seen it.
Yeah, you're right. You're not wrong.
Like, that's honestly not that far. You could probably Google it and find it. like the first 5 sections, you'll find some fucking site where some lady's getting fucked by horses or dogs or whatever fucking animals.
Oh God.
Right? Yeah, I've seen it. I've had this shown to me. Yeah, I guess from there you just I guess you get into it for starters. You don't just look at it because someone showed it to you, at school in the schoolyard, right? Some fucking dickhead, right? You actually get into it and you watch it and you go into it, and then you go into it enough, you're like, I need more of this, but I need more crazy shit. And then I guess that's where you go.
Here's another thing.
How you get there.
Like, I have a feeling that these videos aren't being made in the United States because they're making sexual torture. Like, they're basically like they're sexually abusing and mutilating and torturing and killing adult and baby monkeys.
Yeah, how do you even get access to those?
Yeah, exactly. That was my question, and it's certainly not the United States. Like, it would have to. Like, my initial guess is like India or Southeast Asia, because that's where that's like monkeys are like indigenous to.
And they're willing to fuck a monkey.
Yeah, exactly. Because like I would have said South America as well, but like that's not a Latino thing. Maybe, I don't know.
Do you know about the fucking donkey shows?
Yeah, but that's not monkeys. I do know about if they was adult and baby donkeys, I'd be like, yeah, this is like Mexico.
Yeah.
But
monkeys,
like
you're right.
You have to have like a ready supply. Like you have to be able to have access.
Thank you for the $20 US. I would now spend this money, and I will now use this money to fuck this monkey.
I think with my tiny cock. I don't know. Like it would have to be a place where you can like, and I would think like again like Southeast Asia and India.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, because that's the only part of the world I can think of where like there's just like wild monkeys, you know, that like you've seen videos of like huge fucking troops of monkeys like shutting down intersections and stuff like that in like Vietnam or whatever, you know, because this is like a massive troop of monkeys just moving through the area. Like there would have to be a place where you can just like,
given how AIDS came to be, probably.
Oh, maybe it's maybe it could be Africa.
Watch these dudes just be on Fiverr.
Just on, oh God.
For $5, I will now fuck this monkey.
They're on fucking Skeb. But that's the thing, though. It's just like, okay, yeah, you can get the people who are paying for and absorbing the content. Sure, great. But like, you need to get the people who are like actually producing the content, and they're likely not in the United States. I highly doubt they're in the United States. It's like Chad is saying, like Africa, Southeast Asia, India. That's the only places I can think of. Maybe China? No, I doubt it's China, because China like really like is like Orwellian with like their internet like surveillance. You know what I mean? I have a feeling it's not China. But, man. Some people, you just wonder how do you fall into like to the point. It's like, okay, I'm into this thing. I'm gonna go to the stream with this thing, which makes you discover this other thing, and you discover this thing, and you discover that thing, right? And then you get to the point where you reach Animal Crush videos, right? And then you get to the point where you're paying for it, and then you get to the point where you're paying thousands of dollars for it, like. This is like a really, really, really deep, you know, thing here. So, touch grass, Hillary Clinton. Okay. Yeah, it's fucking weird.
Don't rape the grass, lady. Don't get into fucking plant crush videos.
Oh God. That's the new frontier, right? Wonder if that's like is that like vegan porn?
If I squirt on the ground right here, I'll drown a worm.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh man. Okay, let's get into this viral. Speaking of India,
or drink certain foods, my piss will become acidic enough to burn the grass, and that will be what I JO2. It's like fuck.
Maybe my piss will like interact with the sap of this tree and cause it to fizzle in a sexy way. I
don't know, man.
I don't know, man.
I don't know, man.
Like you always say, like there's a fetish for everything, but yet you still get surprised, you know?
Dude, I'll never forget the time I found out about fucking what's this shit called? I found out about knees, inflated knees.
Inflated knees?
Have you ever seen inflated knee porn?
No.
This is like a hentai, like ultra niche kink. Only reason I found out about this, so I regularly browse R34.
Okay.
Just because I get a lot of ideas for D&D.
D&D.
I don't know how to explain it, but so I regularly browse it, and back in the day, lately I've started to filter certain things. Like I'll filter AI. I'll filter like certain things, right? Just so that I don't have to fucking see it. I filter furry because that gets rid of most of the garbage.
Yeah, scat.
Right.
That kind of shit.
Yeah. Right. How could I ever have thought of filtering inflated knees?
Right. Yeah. Exactly. Like.
I'm just browsing. I'm just scrolling through the pages of like recent uploads, and it's just all these like like anime girls with knees that are like inflated and drooping from their leg over their foot.
What the fuck?
Or like they're like kneeling.
It sounds like knee tits.
They're two, yeah, exactly. Their two knees together form like a beanbag basically that they're like sitting on. It's like it's the weirdest
What
shit.
the fuck?
Weirdest shit. With like their legs in the air sometimes, and their knees are dripping down onto their like stomach. Like, what the fuck is this?
Yeah, what the
I
fuck?
posted big knee stuff on Discord. I found the concept hilarious. Yeah, I remember that. We had to tell you that you can't post that in general, you fucking idiot.
Well, that's like the three. Those are like the three like reactions to like new fetishes that you're exposed to, right? One is arousal, two is disgust, and the other one is like laughter. Like those are the three like reactions, you know?
Yeah.
So,
God, it's so funny, dude.
oh my god. Well, let's like assuming that this is India. Let's go to something that we know happened in India, which is this guy. And I'm just gonna play this without any context.
Oh my fucking god. I know what it is.
So what the hell did we just watch? The answer is outrage after Indian man carries his sister's skeleton to a bank to prove her death. So this guy, in a nutshell, right? He went to a bank and he wanted to withdraw money from his sister's account because his sister had died. But he didn't have proof to show the bank that she had died. And so she went to her grave, exhumed her skeleton, wrapped the top half of the skeleton in a bag, and then carried the skeleton to the bank to prove his sister was dead. A man in eastern India has said he was forced to carry his sister's skeletal remains to a bank to prove her death after failing to withdraw her savings. A video from Odisha State in Jitu Munda, 52, taking the remains of the bank went viral this week, sparking outrage. He said he acted in frustration after repeated attempts to access the money without being able to show official proof of death. Police said that he exhumed the woman's remains to bring them to the bank. The bank denied asking for this, saying that they only demanded legally required documents. Yeah, I believe that. It added that the incident appeared to stem from a lack of awareness of procedures and that the money has since been handed over to the legal heirs. The bank also disputed other parts of Munda's claims. The incident, which took place in Konjar district on Monday, drew national attention, with many criticizing local authorities and the bank for failing to help the man. So the take of the man's side of this, Odisha's revenue Minister Suresh Pujari said that the case was under investigation and that action would be taken against the branch manager over his alleged conduct. The Konjar district administration also expressed deep concern, saying protecting people's rights and dignity was a priority. Munda told BBC Hindi that the ordeal began after his 56-year-old sister, Kalara, died earlier this year. She had been working as a daily wage laborer and returned to her maternal home after the deaths of her husband and son. A few months before her death, she sold her livestock and deposited about 19,300 rupees, or about $200, in the bank. Munda said he visited the branch several times after her death, but was unable to access the money. When the bank manager refused to listen and kept asking for proof, I got frustrated. I brought the skeleton to show that she had died. The viral video shows him carrying a bundle of skeletal remains wrapped in a sack to the bank and placing it outside the building's entrance. It's not clear who shot the video. After it sparked outrage, many people pointed out that the bureaucratic hurdles involved in accessing someone's funds after their death, particularly when they did not register a nominee who can claim it. Others highlighted the broader difficulties faced by rural families in navigating the banking system. In India, if an account holder dies without naming a nominee, families must provide documents such as a death certificate and proof of legal heirship before funds can be released, a process that can take time, especially in remote villages where access to such paperwork is limited. Following the backlash, Indian Overseas Bank, which operates the Odisha Grameen Bank, where the incident took place, said reports that staff had asked for the physical presence of the deceased were incorrect. It said Munda had been informed of the process but did not follow it. The bank also alleged he first arrived in an inebriated state and became disruptive and later returned with the remains, describing the situation as distressing. Branch manager Sushant Kumar Sethi told BBC Hindi that Munda had initially said his sister was paralyzed and unable to visit the bank. And, well, technically true. And that staff had ordered to visit her at home. He said Munda later claimed she died. Sethi also disputed other parts of Munda's account, saying he had not visited the branch in the past 2 months and that other legal heirs had come forward to claim the money, prompting officials to request the required documents. Police and local officials later intervened, persuading Munda to return the remains to the burial ground and assuring him his request would be addressed. Officials have also offered him 30,000 rupees as assistance. By Wednesday, officials had issued a death certificate and legal heir documents, and the bank said that the money had been handed over to the woman's family members. So, I mean, the lengths you'll go to for $200, I guess. I like how the picture here is just him sitting next to a blurred out blog.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. What do you have to say about this one?
I mean, just it's India.
It's funny how casual it is. Because because apparently he was drunk when they gave him what they needed as proof, and so because he was drunk, he misinterpreted the requirements, and so he just exhumed his sister's body and they just casually carried her over to the bank. Like, look how nonchalant he is about this.
Yeah.
Like, he's so calm about it. So, I mean, it really is just like an classic India moment, This kind of thing is how Ebola was spreading in Africa, and they don't have 1 billion people. Nearly 1 billion Indians have an IQ lower than a Western educated gorilla. Jesus. Man. I do want to look something up, though. You see here. Banking in India is shit. A rant. This is like what I was looking for. Yeah, because one of the things that they did when they tried, because they've been trying to modernize basically, but when they modernize, they typically focus on the major population centers, and they kind of leave the rural areas in the dust, and so they can modernize the banking system and paperwork, paper trails, etc., but all the people in the rural areas are kind of left out of that, and so when they don't have access to ATMs and stuff like that. But he's because I said we want everybody to have a bank account, and this was back in 2014 when Modi first took power. Pushes policy that helped bring 310 million people into the formal banking system in just 4 years. But many of India's villages still lack bank branches or ATMs to help service these new customers, while the pace of building new financial infrastructure has actually slowed. So that's what this is. This is an extreme example of the rural areas getting left out of rapid modernization projects, essentially. So I see this in China too. China, they had the massive infrastructure that they've built out, with roads and all that kind of stuff, but there's still tens of millions, if not over 100, 9-figure 100 million plus people in China that are still living on dirt roads and fucking straw huts and shit like that, because like the rural areas are so like often like left behind in these like grand modernization projects. But anyway, that's the only thing I could squeeze out of this commentarily wise.
Yeah, I have like, I don't even know like what else to say.
Mm-hmm. We have this: a Long Island woman throws dynamite at sleeping boyfriend, and his hand is blown off trying to save himself.
What the fuck?
A deranged Long Island woman is facing up to 25 years behind bars for tossing a homemade dynamite stick at her sleeping boyfriend, whose hand was blown off as he tried to get rid of the explosive. Keona Waddle, 35, was found guilty Friday on charges stemming from the March 2024 incident that turned violent after the two got into an explosive argument.
That's fucked up.
Domestic violence can escalate to deadly levels, and this case is a sobering reminder of that reality. That's putting it lightly. Waddle had threatened to use dynamite against her then boyfriend multiple times in the months leading up to the incident. How? Okay. This was my big question. And chat, you're going to have to help me with this, okay? I want to know, like, is it really that easy to just get your hands on fucking sticks of dynamite in the United States? Because I wouldn't think it's that easy to get a hold of actual dynamite sticks. But,
yeah, that's something I always wondered. Like, how the fuck do these like random ass fucking NWAs in the fucking like in the hood fucking like you're like you know so my husband and I had a problem so I threw some dynamite at him. It's like where did you get the dynamite?
How the fuck did you get a hold of dynamite? Yeah, like.
I went to the store. It's the dynamite store.
See,
I bought some dynamite.
And I'm asking chat specifically because like I'm already like my search history is already got me on enough lists. And I didn't want to add to that history. How easy is it to get a hold of dynamite in the United States? Like, I'm not going to type that, chat. I'm not adding that to the list. If it was homemade, it was probably just black powder. How do you know? How does a fucking hood rat know the recipe for dynamite, or like a homemade version of dynamite? Because like a key thing of dynamite is nitroglycerin.
Not easy for a typical individual. It is heavily regulated by the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, Explosives.
Yeah, that's the thing.
You have
like,
to apply for a permit.
But this random hood rat was like permanent to handle dynamite. But that's my point though. Like, it's like a homemade dynamite. It's okay. Nitroglycerin is not something that you can just get a hold of, and it's not something that you want to get a hold of. Because like nitroglycerin will literally just violently explode if it's jostled too much, you know. So I have a feeling it wasn't a homemade device. Like, how do you get a hold of dynamite in the hood? It's very hard to make. You need to have access to nitroglycerin, which is that's exactly Viking. That's my point. That was my whole question about this article. Is how the hell does she get a hold of dynamite?
Prosecutors described the device she used as a homemade stick of dynamite.
Okay.
How did she make?
Again, how did she get a hold of nitroglycerin? That's number one. Number two, how did she know the precise like ratios of ingredients and the handling of nitroglycerin to safely manufacture a stick of dynamite? And number three, why would she think to do that in the first place? Like, none of this adds up. Says the pair both left the unidentified victim's apartment after the March 22nd, 2024 argument, but he eventually returned and went to sleep. That's when Waddle threw the explosive device into his room. The boyfriend woke up a little while later to a hissing sound and then saw a flame on the floor that he couldn't put out as time ticked away. He tried to pick it up and toss it outside, but the makeshift bomb exploded and blew apart most of his hand. He stumbled out to the driveway, screaming for help, and spotted Waddle fleeing the scene. He was then rushed by responding police at Nassau University Medical Center, where the remainder of his hand and part of his arm were amputated, officials said. Waddle was arrested just 1 day later and found guilty of assault and multiple criminal weapons possessions charges on Friday. So that's my only thing. Like, could have bought it on the black market. I knew a guy who blew up a couple of guys trying to rob him when he was in Costa Rica. Nitroglycerin is relatively simple to craft from Home Depot ingredients. She had to have known somebody. Like, this is stuff that you don't just go out of your way to learn how to do. You know what I mean?
Reply from Carl Kolchak. Huh. Maybe it's not so bad when I occasionally get the silent treatment after the screaming.
Yeah, there's the silent treatment, there's the yelling treatment, and then there's the hissing treatment. Say, oh no, the last thing you want is the hissing treatment,
chat. A creeper!
Oh god. Yeah, but the article doesn't.
That's how she made the dynamite. She killed the creeper. Though.
She killed the creeper, but that's my whole thing, though. It's like there's no step in the process of it that like, makes sense on how she gets a hold of a stick of dynamite. Like even if it's homemade, it's like okay, she would have to get a hold of nitroglycerin. Nitroglycerin is easy to manufacture through Home Depot ingredients. It's like okay, how do you just learn that process? And number two, I guarantee you, and I know this for a fact. Because I worked at a grocery store and stuff like that. There was like certain combinations of products that get flagged. You know, and I guarantee you that Home Depot, and I guarantee you that Home Depot is flagging, whatever the ingredients are to make fucking nitroglycerin. And even when you have nitroglycerin, it's like, okay.
Guerra said, sorry, my chemical English isn't good. You have no idea how smart I am in German. That sentence is funny. I believe him. But that sentence is funny.
Yeah, I do too.
I swear I'm smarter in a different language.
Like, I can see like a smoke bomb. Like a smoke bomb is pretty easy to make with like household chemicals. I mean, hell, you could go through like an old Victorian market and get the ingredients to make a smoke bomb. You know what I mean? Like you can like Epsom salt, a few other things, some sugar, like an oxidizing reagent and stuff like that. Like you can make a smoke emitting device pretty easily. But I mean, you can even make an explosive device relatively easily. You know what I mean? But dynamite specifically, nitroglycerin specifically, not so easy. So, yeah, I just think it's hilarious. Like that she just happened to have a stick of dynamite, and it worked too. It blew the guy's arm off. So, yeah, just fucking strange. He's lucky. He didn't die, I guess.
Yeah.
Speaking of crazy hood rat behavior, Taco Bell worker accused of shooting customers over soda in water cup. I'll let you read this one. We're getting into Florida man stories here.
Oh boy, let's go. Where do I even start? Top employee in Florida is accused of shooting at 3 customers this week after one of them attempted to fill water cup with soda. Oh yeah, this is one of mine.
Fucking scammer.
Police say 3 women entered a Taco Bell in West Palm Beach, Florida, on April 27th and requested water. This is a common thing people fucking do.
Yeah, this happens all the time.
One began filling up their cup at the soda fountain, which led to a verbal altercation with 20-year-old Damari Jaquan Patterson.
That's such a hood name.
All right, Damari, what you doing, girl? Video taken by a witness shows Patterson yelling at the women. According to WPC, police said the sound of a gun being racked can be heard in the video right before a shot was fired in the dining area of the restaurant. Instigators said one of the victims fell to the ground after being shot, and another was grazed. The third woman ran outside, and Patterson allegedly followed her and fired another shot in her direction that missed.
God.
The victims then drove themselves to the hospital, where 2 of them were treated for minor injuries and released. Inside the restaurant, some customers ran, while others were unsure if they heard gunfire. Patterson was arrested following the incident and charged with 3 counts of aggravated assault with a firearm, according to WPEC. Patterson called 911 after the shooting and admitted to firing a gun, claiming that a customer had jumped at the counter, according to an arrest affidavit obtained by WPEC. Investigators said Patterson stated he believed the women were armed. Oh, this is a guy.
Yeah.
But police said no weapons were found. Police said that Patterson's self-defense claims are not supported by surveillance footage and witness statements.
Yeah, I mean, he chased, like, the one was, like, fleeing and obviously not armed because she would have pulled the gun by then.
Yeah.
And he like literally chased her all the way out of the parking lot and fired at her. Like, you can't do that.
Do we have the video? Do we have the video?
Well, I mean, I could get it for you, but I can't show a woman shooting someone or a guy shooting some.
Yes.
I can't.
Send it to me. Send it to me. I want to see it.
Okay, hang on.
What's his name? Go up again.
Daquan? Where is it? Yeah, there he is. Damari Jaquan Patterson.
Damari Jaquan Patterson. Dude, I'm telling you, man. Gen Z is fucking insane.
Dude. Here you go.
To be fair, this is definitely just black people being black people. But
There you
that
go.
fucking video that you fucking showed me the other day of just a fucking fight on the street between like teenagers. Mom
the
comes in with
Memphis
a
fight.
gun,
Yeah,
someone else holds
the
a gun,
viral Memphis
shoots
fight. Yeah.
mom. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, there's this video that I definitely can't show you, chat, of a fight that happened in a Memphis, like a black neighborhood in Memphis, Tennessee. And it's like a brawl between like a dozen people out in the middle of the street. And at one point, one of the women like literally just pulls a gun and just shoots like one of the other girls dead. And then, oh gosh, what's the sequence of events? I can't remember.
No, it was so it was the mom of one of the girls that was fighting walked in and kept pulling out a gun and putting it back into her like her waistband and pulling it back out again.
Yeah, like brandishing and flashing. Yeah.
Yeah, essentially brandishing and flashing, to try to get the fight to stop. Someone else. I can't. There was so much going on in that video. I couldn't tell.
Yeah, it was pretty chaotic.
But someone else on the that was in the street fight pulled out a gun and shot the mom. Right, that had the gun, and then the mom's daughter grabbed the gun and just started shooting down the street at
at a bunch of
people that shot her mom.
Right.
It's just typical, black people, man. I'm sorry.
The wildest thing about it, chat, is that the woman who's filming this is inside her house filming through a window.
She was not inside of her house. She was outside, standing next to her car, just watching from her patio.
Okay. Yeah, watching from her patio.
She was not inside her house. She was so calm, though. There was another guy out in the street as well, on the other side of the road, who was also commentating, saying like, these people, man, these people. But he's just hanging out.
Yeah. And it's like even like during and after clearly people are killed by a gunfire, their demeanor doesn't change at all. It's like just another Tuesday in the hood,
Yeah.
It's fucking just like, it's just one of those things that makes you go like, man, this problem is never going to be fixed, is it? Are you playing it? I can hear it.
Yeah, I'm watching the video. Hold on. God damn. Honestly, deserved though.
Now here's the thing though, this guy, like I guarantee you that these same three girls have like done this a bunch of times before.
Yeah, not just that, but those girls, they pushed all the way to the counter to fucking argue with the other guy who was trying to get them to stop. It wasn't him who originally they were arguing with, and then he came out the back and he was like, "All right, you guys want to fucking start shit?" He pulled out his gun and fucking cocked it, and the girls didn't back away to leave. So he it looked like he fucking like punched her and shot her in the face at the same time.
Yeah. But you could tell that he's basically like these three women have been just like massive pain in the ass troublemakers for like a while, and he just finally like just it ends now,
Yeah.
He just snapped. He just snapped. This is making me react at all. I see things like this every week. The joy of my cool. Oh yeah, me neither at this point. I'm like so desensitized to this shit now. Like I said this shit to Rosa like all the freaking time because I'm like just so like I'm like check this one out. Like it used to like disturb me You know, like I had to put the phone down for the rest of the day and sign off for the rest of the day, kind of shit. Now,
dude,
it's just Tuesday. You know, that was just another.
At some point, you just kind of stop seeing them as people.
You kind of do. You kind of like dehumanize them as like a cope. You know.
And it's like, well, I wouldn't call it a cope. I'd say just common sense.
Just like a natural conclusion that you eventually reach. Like what? Eventually, there's enough individual grains to make up a heap.
I watch these videos, right? I watch these videos and I think this is what they're like in today's modern enlightened society.
Mm-hmm.
And then I stop and I think, maybe the slavers did nothing wrong.
Well, to be fair, everyone was a slave to everyone else back in the day.
I know, but still, like, I think back and I'm like, yeah, I think I understand why they didn't want to give these people rights and why they didn't treat them as people.
Well, the slavers were black. I mean, it was black on black enslavement. Like, that's
not what I mean, though. That's not what I'm talking about. Because, like, it's like, yes, the people that enslaved them originally were their own people, right? But it doesn't change the fact that, you know, we bought them, we brought them here, we made them work, and then we kind of refused to give them proper treatment and stuff. And I stop and I think back and I'm like, again, if this is what they're like now in modern day society, right? I can totally put myself in the shoes of like some fucking 16th century, you know, fucking conquistador or whatever the fuck, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like some fucking, you know, world explorer, right? Seeing the state of Africa and being like, yeah, they look like us shape-wise, but they're not people.
Well, like Abraham Lincoln famously.
It's not hard to like stop, look at how they are now, and then kind of imagine what they must have been like back then.
Yeah.
And consider the fact that, you know, it's not by any means a stretch to understand how easy it is to dehumanize a person when they act like that.
Right. Well, I think when you act like animals, I'm going to start thinking of you as animals and not as people, you know?
Yeah.
Like your behavior is going to dictate how I see you. And if you make yourself out to be like animals, then I'm going to see you as an animal and not as a person.
Is that racist, chat? Like, actually, for real racist? Maybe. But, like, can you fucking blame me? Do you, like, how often do you look at a dog and go, you know what? That thing should vote.
Yeah.
You know, like
that thing that just ate its own vomit.
Yeah, exactly. It's like my cat is cleaner than an Indian.
Yeah, my cat doesn't shit on the floor randomly. It knows. Yeah. It has a very
where the bathroom is, and it has bladder control. You know,
and it buries its poop.
Yeah, it buries its poop. It actually hides it. You know, and it's very clean. My cat bathes itself. So, like, it's just like, again, I wouldn't look at my cat and be like, you know what? This animal's intelligent. This animal should have rights, and I should treat it like a person. Right? Like, I don't do that. I don't think anyone would do that. Right? So, when you stop and you kind of just compare, right? It's just like, yeah, I'm sorry, but these people's culture and the way that they behave, their intelligence, their brains, everything about them, they're clearly inferior. So why the fuck would I treat them equally? That's such a bizarre thing to do when you frame it that way, isn't it?
Yeah. I can't argue with it.
There's outliers. There's always going to be outliers, obviously. There's outliers for white people. We got retards too.
Oh, yeah.
You know? Absolutely. We got really fucked up. We just saw that lady.
I mean, yeah, we got a lot of. I mean, it's also like serial killers and bomber and like and stuff like that tend to be like usually white people.
Yeah, usually like the more like the less primitive shit, right? The like this well thought out crime or this crime of money or you know this like. Almost like militaristic crime. It's like, yeah,
well,
those things are
that and cannibals tend to be white people.
Unless they're Haitian.
Yeah, that's true. White people and Haitians, there you go.
But yeah, it's just like it's I don't know, man. Sometimes, like, I think back and I think, like, everything makes sense.
Well, Abraham Lincoln was onto something, because Abraham Lincoln, he actually, once the slaves were freed, he actually wanted to send all the freed slaves back to Africa and just dump them all off in Liberia. Like, because he was like, yeah, there's too much tension between the races. We can't coexist. So we're going to free them, and then we're going to send them back to Africa. But he never was able to send them back to Africa. So, yeah, people don't realize that. Yeah.
Imagine a world without Detroit.
Or just the inner city in general.
A world without Atlanta.
Well, like, Florida is actually shaping up to be the opposite of that. It looks like Florida is going to be the first state in the country to have flying taxis and cars.
Oh, heck yeah.
The Florida man announces state funds will go to hubs for flying cars.
Florida man, aka the governor. Head Florida man, Governor Ron DeSantis. I like refers to as head Florida man.
Yeah.
Announced the sunshiniest state's plan to keep itself at the forefront of aerospace and aviation, despite NASA doing a pretty good job of that lately, by going all in on VTOLs, vertical takeoff and landing aircraft. Okay, it's not all in on VTOLs per se, but Monday DeSantis signed Florida legislation that will let the state foot upwards of 100% of the bill to build a bunch of vertiports for those flying cars and taxis that are most certainly happening very soon, and not a far-off promise that keeps getting pushed just a few years down the line. DeSantis and Florida Transportation Secretary Jared Perdue's plans are an aspirational answer to the state's issues with traffic congestion that doesn't involve something icky, like building public transit. That's right. But the plans also put Florida ahead of the flying taxi game, with creating infrastructure to support such a Jetsons-like future. That is, if that future ever exists. Florida's plans to support VTOLs and take traffic to the skies has been steadily in the making, building off inspiration from DeSantis and Perdue's Paris Air Show visit last summer, where with the wide-eyed delight of children were able to experience prototype VTOLs in person. The experience piqued DeSantis from mildly interested to mildly excited. In October, DeSantis announced a partnership with SunTrax, Florida's Department of Transportation testing facility, which would be a ground zero for building this future aerial network of the state. But yeah, check that out.
So I actually have the bigger version of this pulled up. So this is the map here. So they're going to start with the corridor that goes basically from Daytona Beach down to Sarasota.
Okay.
So this is like the first part right here. Funny enough, where I live is included in this first part.
Makes sense. Yeah.
Part 2 is from
St. Lucie to Miami.
Makes
sense.
And then then
with it.
Second, then the next part is from Miami down to the Keys.
No. Wait, hold on. Oh yeah. From Miami to Keys, and then also from Tampa to Naples.
Tampa to Naples, and also Tallahassee to Pensacola.
Yeah.
And then
that's 1D.
And then the big swath, Gainesville, Ocala, kind of like the really rednecky part of the state. Is the next section, along with from Jacksonville to Daytona Beach. And then the final section is from Jacksonville to Tallahassee. So that's like the multi-phase plan, basically.
This seems like a logical plan of attack. You start with the central corridor, right, which is where you have the most people come through because of Orlando tourism.
I was gonna say Orlando. Everything is based on Orlando.
Yeah, and then from there you have Port St. Lucie to Miami, which is where the majority of people kind of live. Most people live along that coast in Florida.
Yep, this is the out-of-state tourism part, which is the biggest and most important part, and then this is the most populous natives part right here. Yeah. So those are the first. Those are the first two to get it.
By the second most populous, which would be Naples. Yeah, the opposite coast, the opposite southern coast. And then obviously the Keys. I wouldn't call the Keys populous, but it is another touristy location.
Yeah.
And then Pensacola, Tallahassee, right? So now you have the capital of the state, and just the general tip of the Panhandle.
Mm-hmm.
Pensacola also gets lots of tourism from people from upstate.
Yeah, and then from there you're basically filling in like the middle of the state where there's not a whole lot. Like Gainesville is a college town. Ocala is just like a very rapidly growing but still relatively small local.
Ocala is the people that live in Orlando and don't want to be around all the tourism, so they move to Ocala.
Yeah, basically. Yeah, they're building Ocala so many houses in Ocala.
Is Orlando too, except without all the tourism. It's really just that. It's just fuck, man.
Well, Ocala, dude, land around here, I've been through Ocala. Ocala is literally just, there's nothing to do in Ocala. It's just houses. That's all there is in Ocala. It's just houses.
Yep. It's literally just the people from Orlando being like, we need to not live here.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
That's really all Ocala is. Okay. Building vertiports can get Florida ahead of the game, as there is currently only one vertiport in the country, in Chicago. The amusing part is, if you go to the real Vertiport Chicago website, it promotes its air taxi services, but the only vehicles available are personal planes and helicopters. It's not necessarily misleading, because their site does deal with drones, apparently. But as a whole, their air taxi service itself is not promoting VTOLs. Actual vertiports are in the works for dozens of states, but none are realized yet as of this writing. This is where Florida's SunTrax comes in. SunTrax is FDOT's research and development facility for the state's ground and air transportation. According to its website, the site offers 212 acres of land for an integrated environment where innovations in next-generation aviation, autonomous vehicles, and connected vehicles and infrastructure can be developed simultaneously in a secure environment. So, safety first, kids. There should be 2 vertiports well underway, construction-wise, on FDOT's testing grounds, as DeSantis stated in his October 2025 announcement. With those eventually completed, aerial testing can realistically begin. From there, the state hopes to build more vertiports to get the people of Florida off its roads and flying between its towns and cities. There's even a whole map with the state's aerial network laid out, as you can see above, divided into phases for rollout, but there's just one other problem. Where are the VTOLs?
Mm-hmm.
Sounds like a forward-thinking idea until you start really digging into what's actually going on with them. Jalopnik has been following VTOLs for quite a long time. And while prototypes, demos, and promises have been aplenty, actual production has been nil. One example of those promises is from United Airlines, in partnership with Archer, which they announced in 2023 that they wanted their future electric flying taxis in Chicago in 2025. But in 2025, they instead announced their long-awaited air taxi and launched their San Francisco air network. The video maps out the locations of what this network looks like, with hubs in Napa, Oakland, Livermore, San Jose. There's no date for when things will actually start, but with a viable craft and a network planned, it seems more realistic and soonish. Granted, getting a viable air traffic network set up and running is probably a headache, so a year after that, maybe. After the fact, maybe isn't enough time. That, and you do need places to test land these flight vehicles, which is where Florida and these vertiports come in.
Hang on. So, number one, it's in California, which is where the high-speed train fiasco is. It's impossible to do anything in California, basically. So it's never going to happen there. I'm actually surprised that there's one in Chicago.
Same. But they also don't have vehicles.
That's true. Yeah, exactly. Now, here's the issue, though. I guess actually, I'll let you read this next section because it might talk about it.
Even when DeSantis and FDOT begin spending Florida taxpayer money to build this network, and if VTOLs become available for this short stint air travel, its network usage will likely be limited to the state's array of wealthy, tax-dodging citizens because most of these vehicles cost well past the $500,000 mark. And the state's boomer retirees won't be shuckling their retirement fund for something they can't even fly on their own, nor would we want them to. But DeSantis and Perdue are convinced this will be a turning point for Florida's economic growth. In the October announcement of the partnership with SunTrax, Perdue said that this project would be a way to support the private sector's success, giving them speed to market by cutting through red tape so they can operate quickly and get those profits. And yes, access to testing grounds for that growth can do that, but then you need the vehicles and affordable availability. Who is this for? And the rest of the network. Are air taxis a far distant future? Maybe not. Will they be something accessible to you or me? Likely not as well, or unclear at the moment. And will this plan fix Florida's traffic congestion in the near future? Well, for now, all we can do is let the kids play with their toy airplanes a bit longer while Floridians sit in traffic.
Here's the thing. It's a problem of scalability. And like, how many of these vehicles will there need to be in the air to actually make a noticeable difference in the traffic congestion on the ground? You know, that's my kind of thing. Like, to me, I don't think this is good. I don't think that they're going to. Yeah, they have them in China already. But I don't think that the argument should be to reduce traffic congestion on the ground. It should just be like a luxury way to get like to and from cities, basically. Like if you need to get to Orlando to to take an international flight or something like that. And you don't want to take a long car ride from Tampa or Miami or something like that. If you can afford it, you can get this. You can take a VTOL, to it. But then at the same time, VTOLs have weight limits, like very strict weight limits. Because that's the thing. It's like whoever is in the VTOL isn't going to be driving it. These are going to be automated vehicles. They're not going to just hand over the control of a flying vehicle to randoms, to random. You know what I mean? That's not what. These are all going to be automated systems. Where you load up your stuff, you get in, and you just relax. While the thing takes you to where you're going.
The fact they're opening to the private sector makes me wonder if they're going to be perhaps even selling ones for people that want to do private flights.
Well, I figured they would sell them, but they would also offer per flight, purchases basically. Just like a taxi, or an Uber, But like I said, the whole question is scalability. Like, how much space? Like, okay, you need this many VTOLs to make it like a viable thing that's worth investing into. How much space and money and time is it going to take to set up that infrastructure? And is that worth it? That it's these kinds of questions and stuff like that. But I do think that Florida is a good place to test it. It's probably one of the best places I can think of to test it, actually, and not California. And honestly, one of the reasons it's a good idea is because once it reaches a level of feasibility, which is practically already there, I wouldn't be surprised if they start partnering with Disney and Universal and that kind of, you know what I mean? Because if they, at some point, I wouldn't be surprised if Disney starts their own VTOL fleet. You know what I mean? Like that in the future, that's a very realistic thing.
They have their own buses.
They have their own buses. They have their own trains. Why not VTOLs? Yeah. Why not VTOLs? So like it's a good place to test it. But and also in terms of like regulation wise, like Florida's a good place for it as well. Yep. So it's like the opposite of Florida or of California in terms of like regulatory burdens and stuff like that. So I don't know. It'd be cool to see, and it would suck if they get it. If they spend however much money they get it, to get it all done, and then another 1977 Pan Am building helicopter crash style thing happens, and the whole industry gets shut down.
That's something I was thinking about. I was just like, there's a lot of like air traffic already.
Yeah.
Coming out of Miami, which goes right across the entire state.
Uh-huh.
I said it goes right across the entire state. Obviously, VTOLs they're not traveling that high up in the air.
They're not high. They're low.
It's just a matter of avoiding like an area around each airport.
Mm-hmm. And they would have to program those like designated flight lanes, to and from each location and stuff like that. Like they would have to very carefully map that out and integrate that network into the different flight systems and stuff like that. So, and they would also have to like add like those routes to like training for people like getting like their private pilot's license and stuff like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Like
they would all have to be trained to like know where the lanes are and to like they're not allowed to fly into those spaces, etc., etc. There's a lot of steps to this. But the thing is, it's like you have, if you want to get things, if you ever want new things, you have to be willing to take the risk, both financially, safety, like everything, to like actually do it. So, fuck it, let's do it. Okay, we're almost done here. Almost done. It's gonna.
This is fun.
Okay.
Fury, a self-declared Swiss king, builds empire of 117,000 square meters by claiming ownerless land.
We have a new king of Switzerland.
Oh, man. Self-declared king of Switzerland has sparked outrage among politicians after exploiting illegal loopholes to seize 117,000 square meters of land for free. Jonas Lowener, 31, has built what he describes as an empire by claiming 148 ownerless plots of land scattered across Switzerland, including roads now used by homeowners. The haul, acquired entirely legally, includes 83 stretches of road, giving him significant leverage over local communities and prompting several Swiss cantons to move to tighten rules amid fears others could copy him. Under Swiss law, land officially registered as ownerless can be claimed free of charge by simply writing to the local council. What?
Isn't that insane?
What? Such plots are rare and often consist of abandoned roads, small forest areas, or land rejected during inheritance disputes. But Lowener, who crowned himself king when he was just 24, realized the obscure rule could turn into a property business after painstakingly combing through land registries. One road he acquired on a housing estate had reportedly been abandoned by a developer. He now charges maintenance fees to residents who use it. He told Times Radio, "I am fair. I don't shut the roads. I do not charge much for them."
He's a benevolent king, after all. Look at him. Look at him. He's got. he had a corner.
No, that's not him. That is not him. That is like some random fucking video.
Oh, okay.
God. I think. I don't know.
I don't know. The caption says Lowener crowned himself king when he was just 24 years old. I don't know. Maybe this is him.
Go scroll up a second. Does that look like the same person?
Yes.
Oh my god.
I think it is him. Where did he get the regalia?
He made it. As well as maintain fees, he said he profits by selling the right to construct near my road, and I sell the right of passage if there is a new house. Lowener compared his acquisitions to a military campaign, adding, "I do it digitally and without bloodshed." His activities have infuriated local officials, with some accusing him of abusing the system for personal gain. How's this abuse? You made it so that it's like this. You're a fucking idiot.
Yeah, you encourage this.
Oh my god. Joseph Schuler branded Lowener's conduct scandalous during a dispute over one of the roads. Schuler claimed Lowener offered to transfer the road to the council for free if it was renamed after him. Trolling them. Otherwise, he allegedly demanded around 140,700 euro for the road. The councillor accused him of having an excessive thirst for power and an exacerbated need to put himself forward. It's like, okay, and? Lawyer Loris Fabrizio Mainardi also launched legal action against Lowener, accusing him of abusive exploitation, although the lawsuit was later dismissed.
I was going to say, they're trying to make a moral argument. It's like, he doesn't care about the moral argument. He's getting his bag.
Yeah.
Like,
he's following the law.
Yeah, he's doing it completely legally.
Yeah, he's doing the opposite of what fucking like people do in our country, where they try to essentially like use the laws as a way to
weaponization of the legal system.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Where they essentially circumvent it. This is kind of the opposite. This is him using the law to, be like, no, I'm not doing anything wrong. And now they're trying to apply morality. Whereas like in the US, like we have to like we have a lot of retarded fucked laws where it's like, fuck this law. I'm following my own morals. This is kind of the opposite. This is this man being like, okay, fine, I'll follow the law.
Yeah, and I will be benevolent to my subjects.
Yeah. The growing controversy has prompted several Swiss cantons, including Bern, to move towards granting councils first refusal on abandoned land in a bid to prevent further private acquisitions. Lowener insists he has done nothing wrong and says critics are missing the point.
Yeah, he's right. Look at this. How did he get all these people to do this for him?
I have no idea.
This is amazing. Got a full-on suit of plate armor.
Man's genius.
I love this man.
It's more than just a joke. I have created something new, he said. Although widely described as a self-proclaimed monarch, Loener argues the title was first invented by the media. I was proclaimed by the German media, he said. They said I was the king of Switzerland. I said, this is smart. Loener fully embraced the image, posing in military-style royal uniforms and running what he describes as the official website of the king of Switzerland. His organization also includes an Order of Merit, an Imperial Bank, and decommissioned military vehicles, including an old amphibious tank displayed outside a building he refers to as his palace in Bergdorf. Despite the theatrics, Loener insists he has no intention of undermining the Swiss state. I know I am a symbolic king, he said. I am not the real sovereign of Switzerland. But he added that constitutional monarchies were not that bad, provided the sovereign is wise and has experience of the world. Is there more to this?
No, that's the end of the story. But this guy basically just he just read up on the law and realized it's just so you're basically just allowed to claim land. So I'm going to claim it. And then I'm going to charge for people to use it because it's my land. And you you got to pay to play.
Yeah, he claimed the land. He was like, this is my land, and now I need serfs to work it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's incredible. Absolute fucking genius.
How much was it again? It was something like 114,000. How much was it? 117,000 square meters of land. How much is that? How many acres is that?
That is...
Let me see here.
I think in the article that I sent you, it says it in acres.
Oh, it's only 2.68 acres. That's not a lot. Did I get that wrong? Oh, meters. Hang on. Square meters. That's about 29 acres. 29 acres.
Which is still not an incredible amount, but...
Not a huge amount.
Yeah. No, what matters is that it includes roads.
That's the point. Yeah, exactly. I mean, how big... what is the square meter of the Vatican City? The Vatican City is 0.5 square kilometers, or 490,000 square meters. So it's about a quarter of that. He has a quarter of the Vatican City that he's claimed for himself in Switzerland. What a fucking Chad.
Wait, how big is the Vatican City in fucking...
It's 0.49 square kilometers. Or 400...
No, in acres. How big is it in acres?
490,000. 121 acres.
Okay.
And this guy has 29, so about a fifth.
Now my life's goal is to own more acres than the Vatican.
Good luck.
You say that, but that's not
freedom units. Yeah.
On where you live. One of the houses that me and Pierre are looking at comes with 10, just with the house.
Oh man. Okay. Everything from here on out, by the way, Chad, is kind of not super serious. Let's see. Giants kicker, hilarious viral mishap saved the man's life.
Oh, this shit's so funny. When Giants kicker Young-Ho Koo's foot hit the dirt instead of the ball, becoming an instant internet sensation, it sent an NFL fan in Kentucky into hysterics. Literally. He laughed so hard he went into a full-blown seizure, an incident that probably saved his life. Like millions of other Americans, 59-year-old Mark Toothaker. That's...
What a name.
It's probably Mark Toothaker. Of Lexington, Kentucky, was glued to his screen last season.
Or Toot Hacker.
To watch the Giants take on the Patriots on Monday Night Football. So he was there when Koo botched a field goal attempt by kicking the ground instead of kicking the ball.
This is the kick. He's just that hurts. By the way, that fucking hurts.
Yeah. The way his fucking foot bends. That shit's so funny.
Just fucking hyperextend your ankle like that. Ugh. Toothaker.
Toothaker found the incident so hilarious that he laughed his way into a full-blown seizure and sent him to the hospital. Doctor ran a CT scan and found a tumor the size of a tennis ball on the side of his brain.
Oh my god.
Who saved my life because it could have happened any other time. I wholeheartedly believe I was in the right spot at the right time, and he was the trigger for that happening. It was a miracle. Tumor was so large, I had reportedly pushed the Kentuckians pushed the Kentuckians? Pushed his what? 6 meters?
I don't know.
6 millimeters, sorry. Toothaker, a stallion sales manager at Spendthrift Farm, had no idea of the tumor's presence. A big part of his job requires driving from farm to farm, something that is not lost on the 59-year-old. As tough as that thing was, as violent as that seizure was, I have no memory of it. And I would find it hard to believe that I would have hurt somebody or hurt myself if I would have been behind a wheel. Or that I wouldn't have hurt somebody or hurt myself, yeah. The tumor was found to be benign, and Toothaker's medical outlook is good, but if Koo makes that field goal, or even just kicks the ball correctly, things could have turned out much differently.
This is very much one of those religious, like, everything happens for reasons kind of things, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, very much just like right place, right time kind of scenario. Yeah. I would say right place, wrong time is what happened at Talladega. So basically the big one happened at Talladega.
And all the way down the back. Thrown away and Ballas is in the wall right after contact. Right in front of the pack. Blaney's around. Logano's around. They're all wrecking. This is the big one. That's the whole field.
God.
4 cars were in front of that crash. 1 car, McDowell, was behind it.
I mean, there's only 4 cars that are not in this crash.
It's a parking lot down here. Priest comes to the line.
God.
Fisher, Chastain, and Christopher Bell. Here's Eric Jones coming across.
So you look at this. If you look at the initial thing, they're driving. I mean, even like back here, they're like right here. Look, they're going 4 wide here. Like it's dangerous enough to drive 3 wide.
Yeah.
But like they had one point, like the whole pack was driving 4 wide, which is like basically like formation driving at that point.
Yeah.
And like if one person,
those people in the center, like look how close those fucking roofs are to each other. Look at those shadows.
Yeah, and they're going very fast.
Go back and like play it slow, like just kind of scroll slowly. I want to see like what happened. It looks like that, like this front car, the purple one, got bumped from behind.
Yes, he got bumped from behind, and that turned him sideways, which immediately cut off this other car and put him into the wall. He hits that other car, and then he goes side. Oh, come on. Yeah. He goes sideways, and then this car has nowhere to go but into the pack. But when you're driving 3-4 wide like that, there's no room for you to move. So you end up having the whole pack ends up getting squished.
You're also going way too fast to try to like maneuver out of that.
Yeah, so this car ends up getting turned sideways, this one's sideways, and then, the formation breaks and then it's just, there's nothing you can do. And if you're at the back of this pack, all this smoke is getting in the way. You can't even see what you're looking at. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So like, you're just screwed. There's no way out of this. I mean, if you're anywhere in the middle of this pack, you're trapped.
Yeah.
It's I remember Cody when he was starting on the NASCAR circuit. He got yelled at on one of his races before going 3 wide at the beginning of the race. Like he got in trouble for that. They were like, "Don't you fucking do that," because it's like super dangerous to do that. So the big one strikes Talladega on lap 115. Let's see here. A large multi-car crash was triggered at the front of the field when race leader Bubba Wallace received a strong bump from Ross Chastain at the end of the back straightaway. The shove sent Wallace's number 23 Toyota sideways toward the outside safer barrier directly in front of Cole Custer. Custer came down the track in avoidance, but the three-wide pack convened together, creating a smokescreen of carnage through turn 3. Among the many involved were Connor Zilich, Ty Gibbs, Daniel Suarez, William Byron, Carson Hocevar, Eric Jones, Ryan Blaney, and Kyle Larson. Kyle Busch, Josh Berry, and Shane Van Gisbergen also received damage in the melee. Got wrecked there, unfortunately, Wallace said, after being evaluated and released from the infield care center. RX got wrecked there, unfortunately. Our Xfinity Toyota Camry was a little unstable getting pushed, but manageable. Maybe that hard of a hit was too much, and so unfortunately we wiped out a bunch of cars. Got to debrief, figure out how to be better, just kind of riding around, not doing much in the first stage, and nothing to show for it at Talladega, unfortunately. This is a place we come to with a lot of confidence, and it is what it is. We will put this one behind us and go on to Texas and have some fun. 26 of the 40 cars were collected in the incident. Another of those was Joey Logano, a 3-time Cup Series champion and 3-time Talladega winner. You have round bumpers and unstable cars, and cars that you're able to pop the air bubble real easily and get to each other's bumper, Logano said. But when you get there, you've got to be careful because they're not stable. When you get two basketballs against each other, it's not going to push straight. It's frustrating. Larson, the 2-time defending Cup Series champion, had nowhere to go when the accident began. They just checked up hard, and then I saw smoke and all of it. Yeah, that was just a big wreck. I mean, I didn't hit anything too hard, but a lot of cars, it deemed like it started from the front of the field, so yeah, unfortunate. First stage featured multiple fuel-saving strategies, so some drivers began stage 2 conserving fuel while others raced it all out. It was definitely more savings than I anticipated there in that first stage, but then yeah, the intensity was just way more than the next one, so yeah, I don't know where you find the middle ground. Tyler Reddick, who earlier Sunday announced a contract extension with 2-3XI Racing, was also involved in the crash. Reddick won 5 of the season's opening 9 races, including last week's race at Kansas Speedway. Despite damage from the crash and an additional impact at lap 182 after cutting a right front tire, Reddick and the number 45 team recovered to finish 15th. The race was red flagged at lap 116 to clear the debris from the racing surface. All drivers who were unable to continue were evaluated and released from the infield care center. Yeah, I think the rule is, and maybe someone from chat can correct me, but like, if there's a red flag, if you can make it to pit, and you have certain rules around like repairs that you can do on the car, then you could continue to race when the red flag is lifted. Red flags usually last a long time. I think it's like a minimum of like 10 minutes or something like that. But if you can't make it to pit, then you're a DNF. So yeah, just that, it was just the big one happened. Luckily, like, nobody died or anything. It doesn't even seem like anybody got seriously injured in any way either. Just people just got kind of knocked around. So like that's good at least, because like, remember what was it? Dale Earnhardt or was it Dale Earnhardt Jr.? It was one of them. Can't remember which one, who died in a bump on the guard, on the outer guard, and it didn't look like a lethal bump at all. And it killed him, so it's like, it's hard to know like what's going to kill you and what's not. So it was the senior. Okay. It was the senior. Wasn't Camelot racing in that? In this? I don't think so.
No. I think he stopped, didn't he?
I can't remember. I think he's on a hiatus at least. And he didn't race in like the big league NASCAR. He raced in like what it's kind of like the equivalent of like the minor leagues. So he was like kind of like in the like the running to like get into like the big league, I guess. But I know that I'm pretty sure that he's on like some kind of a hiatus. I don't know. I haven't kept track with him. But yeah, there you go. Okay. Remember he was talking about racing at Talladega this year. Yeah, the different series, they still race at the same racetracks. They're just in different series. So
yeah.
Hungarian doctor saves stabbing victim with emergency street surgery. I'll let you read this one.
Alrighty. A chief physician at the National Institute of Oncology carried out a life-saving emergency procedure on a stabbing victim in the street, performing a rare intervention that is almost unprecedented in Hungary. According to a statement, the on-call unit of the Hungarian Air Ambulance Nonprofit Ltd. was dispatched last Sunday to a man in his early 30s who had been stabbed in the heart. Zolt?
Duboksy? Sure.
Duboksy. A chief physician at the institute was on duty with the air ambulance service at the time. On arrival, the situation was critical. Doctors determined the patient had only minutes to live, and transporting him to a hospital would likely have proved fatal. Following strict air rescue protocols, Duboksy decided to carry out the intervention immediately at the scene. Without access to a sterile operating theater or advanced hospital equipment, the physician opened the man's chest on the street and within 7 minutes sutured the beating heart, stabilizing the patient's condition for further treatment. The institute noted that such an operation is unprecedented in Hungary and remains extremely rare even at the European level.
I was going to say, like, that's fucking insane to do that, like, in a non-sterile environment like that.
Yeah.
Oh, that's the whole article. Okay.
Did they catch the man that stabbed him?
Is there any more here? Let me see here. Let me see if there's... I think that's... Go away. Yeah, that's the end of it. Okay, it's short and sweet, but like the idea of like doing what is essentially open heart surgery in the field like that.
Oh, that's great. Yeah, that's incredible.
Because the thing is, like, usually, like, the skill set of like a surgeon or a doctor is not the same skill set as emergency responders. Emergency responders have a very different set of skills, shall we say? And usually, open heart surgery isn't one of them. I don't think. Like, I don't think that this is a typically trained thing. Like, I would not be surprised if this guy who did this was like a surgeon before he was like, what is it, like the equivalent of like an EMT, like a Helivac EMT, because they wouldn't teach you how to do this, I don't think, in like EMT training, you know, kind of like emergency response. Although maybe I'm completely wrong. Maybe somebody chat can correct me on like what goes into like the things that they teach you how to do. Because like I figure like the things that they teach you what to do is, you know, stabilizing, basically keeping them alive long enough to get to the hospital where they can like, be like fully treated with like the proper facilities and people and stuff like that. You know what I mean? So
yeah,
I don't know. But I guess I have a sneaking suspicion, you know, that's coming from a place of total ignorance, that open heart surgery in the field is not a part of that training sequence. You know? But it's still really cool, though. It's still really fucking cool. Okay, but you know how we always cover like weird competitions and races and stuff on this?
Yeah.
Welcome to the Nakizumo Crying Baby Festival. So
What?
So,